The labyrinthine scholar, as Idris stepped in the grand halls of the ancient academy, he felt an inexplicable sense of déjà vu wash over him. He had spent years studying its history as a scholar, but never dreamt that one day he would walk these halls as a student. His heart raced with anticipation and fear, as he knew that this place held the key to his survival in a world where humans were all but extinct. Lila, a fellow student, approached him cautiously, her eyes scanning Idris up and down. "You're new," she stated bluntly, not bothering with pleasantries. "Yes, I am," Idris replied, trying to sound confident despite his nervousness. He had always been an introverted scholar, and social interactions were never his strong suit. But he knew that in this academy, he would have to learn to adapt quickly if he wanted to survive. They walked together through the labyrinthine corridors of the academy, past towering statues and ancient murals depicting scenes of battles against fearsome spirits. The air was thick with magic and an electricity that seemed to crackle in the very walls. Idris could feel the weight of history pressing down on him, the knowledge that countless scholars had walked these halls before him, seeking the same secrets he now pursued. As they entered a vast, open courtyard, Idris' eyes were drawn to a figure standing atop a pedestal in the center. The headmaster, an enigmatic man with piercing blue eyes and a mysterious aura that seemed to shroud him in darkness, addressed the gathered students. "Welcome, my young scholars," he boomed, his voice echoing through the courtyard. "You have been brought here for a reason. You have been chosen to shape the future of our world." Idris felt a chill run down his spine as he listened to the headmaster's words. He had always known that this day would come, but now that it was finally here, he couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. The academy was a place of great power and knowledge, but also one shrouded in secrets and danger. As the students dispersed to begin their first lessons, Idris and Lila found themselves paired together for a session on spirit taming. They were led to a dimly lit chamber filled with cages containing various spirits, each more terrifying than the last. Idris felt his heart racing as he stared at the creatures within, knowing that one of them would soon be his responsibility. Lila chose a small, seemingly harmless spirit with delicate wings that shimmered like moonlight. "This is Luna," she explained softly, her voice barely above a whisper. "She's gentle and obedient, but she can be quite stubborn at times." Idris nodded, still trying to shake the feeling of unease that had settled in his stomach. He knew that taming a spirit would not be easy, especially for someone like him who had never even been near one before. But he was determined to persevere, to prove himself worthy of this great responsibility. As they began their training, Idris quickly discovered that Luna was more difficult to control than she appeared. She was willful and unpredictable, resisting his attempts to command her at every turn. Frustration grew within him as he struggled to assert his authority, but Lila remained patient and supportive, offering words of encouragement whenever he faltered. As the days turned into weeks, Idris found himself growing closer to Lila. She became more than just a fellow student. She was his confidant, his friend, and his lifeline in this strange new world. Together they studied, trained, and struggled to tame their spirits, each day bringing them one step closer to mastery. But as the weeks turned into months, Idris began to uncover secrets about the academy that made him question everything he thought he knew. He stumbled upon ancient texts hidden away in dusty corners of the library, texts that spoke of a powerful spirit that could grant immense power to its tamer. The spirit was said to be bound within the very walls of the academy, waiting for someone worthy enough to free it. As Idris delved deeper into these ancient texts, he found himself torn between his academic pursuits and the allure of this powerful spirit. He knew that harnessing its power would mean immense strength and influence within the academy, but at what cost? The spirits were not mere tools. They were living beings with their own thoughts, feelings, and desires. To control them was to deny them their freedom, and Idris couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt as he considered taking that power for himself. As the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months, Idris found himself facing a choice. to embrace his newfound powers and become a force within the academy, or to remain true to his scholarly roots and resist the temptation of ultimate control. The stakes were high and the consequences uncertain, but one thing was certain: whatever decision he made would change not only his life, but the lives of everyone in the academy as well. And so, Idris stood at a crossroads, looking down two very different paths. One path led to power, influence, and a chance to shape the future of the world. The other led to humility, knowledge, and a life true to his scholarly roots. As he stared into the abyss, Idris knew that he had to make a choice, and soon. For in this world of spirits and politics, there was no room for indecision or hesitation. Tension hung heavy in the air as Idris took one last look at Luna, her delicate wings fluttering softly as she gazed up at him with unreadable eyes. He felt a pang of sadness as he realized that their friendship might soon come to an end, but he knew that sometimes sacrifices had to be made for the greater good. Idris paced nervously within the labyrinthine corridors that wound through the ancient academy's walls, the weight of his decision bearing down upon him like a stone. Lila walked alongside him, her gaze fixed on Idris with a determined expression. "Are you certain about this?" she asked, her voice low and steady. "This path is fraught with danger, Idris." He paused, looking at his friend as he struggled to find the words. "I believe it's our best chance," he said finally. "We need to protect ourselves and those we care about." Lila sighed, nodding her understanding but still harboring doubts in her eyes. They continued onward, entering a vast open courtyard where students engaged in various activities. Idris could see the headmaster observing them from his throne atop the tower, watching intently as if waiting for something to happen. The duo approached a dimly lit chamber deep within the academy, where the ancient text lay hidden. As they entered, Idris felt a strange energy pulsating through the air, a power that seemed almost alive. He reached out tentatively and touched the worn parchment, feeling an immediate connection between his spirit and the ancient words written on it. As he read aloud, Lila watched with trepidation as the chamber began to shake and crack, the air growing thick with anticipation. A deep rumbling echoed through the academy, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. Idris's eyes widened in fear and excitement as he realized what was happening. The spirit was awakening. With a sudden burst of energy, the chamber shattered around them, sending debris flying in all directions. Idris and Lila tumbled out into the courtyard, landing roughly among a crowd of students who had gathered to witness the commotion. The headmaster stepped forward from his tower, a cold smile spreading across his face as he addressed the gathered masses. "Welcome, my dear students," he said in a voice that seemed to echo through the air. "You have shown great courage and determination today." Idris stood up, brushing himself off as he looked back at the shattered chamber. "What has happened here?" he asked, his voice trembling with anticipation. Awakened, the headmaster replied cryptically, "The time for playing games is over. The true test begins now." Idris felt a chill run through him as he looked at the ancient text, now glowing ominously in Lila's hands. He knew that their lives were about to change forever, and that the stakes had grown far higher than they ever could have imagined. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the academy's grounds, Idris felt a renewed sense of purpose. He had taken the first step down a dangerous path, one that would test his resolve and challenge everything he believed about the world. But he knew that he couldn't turn back now. He had to see this through to the end, no matter what trials lay ahead. The labyrinthine scholar in the vast open courtyard, students milled about, chatting excitedly in hushed tones while others practiced their spirit-taming techniques. Idris and Lila stood apart from the crowd, their eyes focused on the grand halls where the headmaster held court. "What do you think he wants?" Lila asked, her gaze following the headmaster's silhouette as he conversed with a group of scholars. Idris frowned. "I don't know, but I have a feeling it won't be good." He glanced down at the ancient text still tucked safely within his robes. The connection he felt when he touched it was something he couldn't shake, and the more time he spent with the text in his possession, the more it seemed to grow in power. Perhaps we should speak with him, Layla suggested. Find out what this spirit means for our future. Idris hesitated, torn between the curiosity gnawing at his mind and the fear of the unknown. He was a scholar first and foremost, but the spirit's power was undeniable. It changed everything, not just for him, but for the entire academy. We should wait, Idris finally said, trying to quell his own apprehension. The headmaster will approach us when he is ready. Leela nodded, her eyes flicking back to the grand halls. Very well, let's finish our training for now. Idris followed Lila through the labyrinthine corridors, his thoughts on the ancient text and its secrets. He could feel its power growing stronger each day, pulling him towards it like a moth to a flame. It was intoxicating, exhilarating, but also terrifying. What if he couldn't control it? What if it consumed him entirely? As they reached the dimly lit chamber where they found the text, Idris paused. He could feel something shifting in the air, a subtle change that sent a shiver down his spine. He looked at Lila, who noticed his unease, and asked, "What is it?" Idris hesitated before replying, "I'm not sure. Something feels different." Leela glanced around the room, her gaze settling on the ancient text resting on a pedestal. A strange energy emanated from it, pulsating with an eerie glow. Idris felt his heart race as he approached it, and when he touched it, the room seemed to grow colder, darker. "Idris?" Lila's voice broke through his thoughts, her face pale as she stepped closer. "What's happening?" Idris swallowed hard, his hand still resting on the text. "I don't know. I feel different." Lila's eyes widened as she realized what was happening. "The spirit is awakening," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the growing hum in the room. "We have to get out of here." Idris nodded, his heart pounding as he backed away from the ancient text, Lila close behind him. As they reached the door, it slammed shut, trapping them inside. The spirit was awake now, and it wanted something from Idris, something that would change everything. The dimly lit chamber filled with shadows, pulsating with an eerie energy as Idris struggled to comprehend the enormity of what was happening. He could feel a newfound power coursing through him, but at a cost he couldn't yet understand. As Leela clung to him, whispering reassurances, Idris knew that his life would never be the same again. The ancient academy's walls seemed to close in around them as the spirit's presence grew stronger, and Idris could feel it tugging at him, calling out to him, promising power beyond anything he had ever imagined. But he was a scholar first and foremost, and as he looked into Lila's frightened eyes, he knew that he couldn't let it consume him. "We have to find a way out," Idris said, his voice steady despite the fear coursing through him. "We can't stay here." Lila nodded, her grip tightening on his hand as they searched for an escape, their hearts pounding in time with the growing hum of the spirit. As they navigated the labyrinthine corridors, Idris felt a newfound determination taking root within him. He would find a way out, and he wouldn't let the spirit claim him. They found their way back to the open courtyard, breathless and shaken but alive. The sun had set, casting long shadows across the academy grounds as students milled about, seemingly oblivious to the drama unfolding just steps away. Idris looked around, his eyes landing on the grand halls where the headmaster held court. "We need to tell him," Leela said, her voice barely audible over the chatter of the students. "He needs to know what happened." Idris nodded, steeling himself for whatever awaited them in the headmaster's presence. The ancient text and its secrets had changed everything, and he knew that they were standing on the precipice of something extraordinary, something that could either save humanity or destroy it. The grand halls were silent as Idris and Lila approached the headmaster, their hearts pounding in time with the spirit's presence still echoing within them. The headmaster regarded them coolly, his eyes flicking between the two of them before settling on Idris. "You have my attention," he said, his voice cold and calculating. "I trust you've been enjoying your newfound powers." Idris hesitated, torn between fear and defiance. He was a scholar first and foremost, but the spirit had changed him in ways he couldn't fully comprehend yet. But as he looked into Lila's determined eyes, he knew that he wouldn't let the headmaster take advantage of them. "The spirit is awake," Idris said, his voice steady despite his trembling hands. "And it demands something from me." The headmaster regarded him for a long moment before responding. "Ah, yes, the text. Quite the powerful artifact, isn't it?" Idris could feel the spirit stirring within him at the mention of the text, its presence growing stronger as the headmaster spoke. He fought to maintain control, his grip on himself tightening. "What do you want from us?" Leela asked, her voice firm and unyielding. "And what have you done to our academy?" The headmaster smiled, his eyes flickering with a malevolent light. "I've merely unlocked the true potential within this ancient place. With the spirit awake and under control, we can achieve greatness, power beyond anything humanity has ever imagined." Idris could feel the spirit's presence growing stronger still, its demands becoming clearer in his mind. It wanted something from him, and he knew that he couldn't deny it forever. But he also knew that he couldn't let the headmaster use it for his own nefarious purposes. "We will not allow you to manipulate us," Idris said, his voice steady despite the storm brewing within him. "This spirit is powerful, but we won't let it become a weapon for destruction." The headmaster laughed, his eyes glinting with malice. "You may think you have control now, scholar, but I assure you, you don't. The spirit demands obedience, and those who resist will suffer." Idris felt the spirit's presence surging within him, its power growing stronger as the headmaster spoke. He could feel it clawing at his mind, seeking to take control, but he refused to give in. "We won't let you destroy our academy or humanity," Leela said, her voice shaking with determination. "If we have to fight, we will." The headmaster regarded them for a long moment before replying, his smile fading as he saw the resolve in their eyes. "Very well. But know this, you've made your choice, and when the time comes, I will hold you both accountable." With that, the headmaster dismissed them, leaving Idris and Leela to face an uncertain future. The spirit's presence still echoed within them, a constant reminder of the power they now wielded and the choices they must make. They would have to navigate the Academy's labyrinthine politics and power struggles, while keeping the spirit at bay, all the while uncovering the secrets of the forgotten civilization that built the ancient Academy. As they made their way back to their dormitory, Idris could feel the weight of their newfound powers settling upon them like a shroud. He knew that their lives would never be the same again, and he wondered what the future held for him and Leela and for humanity itself. But one thing was certain: they wouldn't go down without a fight. The dimly lit chamber where they found the ancient text remained closed, its secrets still hidden within. But Idris knew that it would be there, waiting for him when he was ready to face whatever lay ahead. And as he looked into Lila's determined eyes, he felt a renewed sense of purpose, a determination to protect the Academy and humanity from those who sought to use the spirit for their own gain. The grand halls echoed with whispered voices and hushed footsteps as scholars and students alike gathered in hushed anticipation. Idris and Lila stood at the center of the vast open courtyard, surrounded by a sea of faces that watched them with interest and curiosity. Idris clutched the ancient text tightly in his hands, feeling its power coursing through him as he took a deep breath. "We have come so far," he began, his voice steady despite the weight of their journey. "Together we have faced challenges beyond our wildest imaginations, uncovered secrets that would shake the very foundations of this academy." Lila stepped forward, her eyes blazing with determination. "But our journey has just begun," she declared, her voice echoing through the courtyard. "We must continue to push forward, even when the path before us seems impossible." As Idris and Lila shared their experiences and insights, the other students listened attentively, taking in every word as if it were a precious gift. The headmaster watched from his perch atop a towering pedestal, a twisted smile playing on his lips. "It is time for you all to face your own challenges," he boomed, his voice echoing through the courtyard. You have been given the tools and knowledge needed to grow stronger, to tame spirits and bend them to your will. His words sent shivers down Idris' spine as he felt the spirit's power growing more volatile within him. Lila clenched her fist, determined not to let their hard-won knowledge be squandered by the headmaster's manipulations. But remember, Idris warned his fellow students, with great power comes great responsibility. The headmaster's eyes narrowed as he watched the growing bond between Idris and Lila, the connection they shared with their spirits threatening to unravel his plans. He would have to act quickly if he wished to maintain control over this ancient academy and its students. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of red and gold, the students dispersed to continue their studies, leaving Idris and Lila alone in the courtyard. They stood facing each other, their spirits swirling around them like a living, breathing force. "We must be careful," Idris said softly. "The headmaster seeks to use us for his own gain." Lila nodded. "But we cannot let him control our destinies," she replied. "We've come too far for that." The labyrinthine scholar, as twilight descends upon the ancient academy, the grand halls echoed with whispers of the spirit that now dwelled within its walls. Idris and Lila stood atop the tallest spire, gazing out over the labyrinthine corridors below. "It's growing," Idris said, his voice barely a whisper. "The spirit is growing stronger." Lila nodded, her eyes reflecting the setting sun. "And so are we." Below them, spirits danced and students trained, unaware of the ancient text hidden within the academy's walls. The headmaster watched them from his chambers, a malevolent smile playing at the corners of his lips. "You know what this means," he said to himself, stroking the pages of the ancient manuscript. "The time is near." In the vast open courtyard, Idris and Lila shared stories with their fellow scholars. The air was thick with anticipation and tension as they spoke of their experiences in the labyrinthine corridors and the awakening spirit that now haunted the academy's halls. Idris warned them all, "The power we possess is not meant to be wielded lightly." He looked around at his peers, his eyes meeting Lila's. "We must stand together if we are to resist the headmaster's manipulations and uncover the truth about this place." Lila nodded firmly, her resolve unwavering. "I will always be by your side," she said softly. As dusk fell upon the ancient academy, the spirit's presence grew stronger. The students felt it in their bones, a primal call to something deep within themselves. Idris and Lila stood alone amidst swirling spirits, united in their determination to resist manipulation and uncover academy secrets. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced across the grand halls of the ancient academy. Idris and Lila found themselves in a dimly lit chamber tucked away among the labyrinthine corridors, seeking answers to questions that had been plaguing them since their encounter with the spirit. Idris, ever the scholar, was engrossed in an ancient manuscript that had somehow eluded the eyes of others before him. Lila watched as he traced his fingers over faded ink, a look of determination etched on her face. "What do you make of this?" Idris asked, breaking the silence. Lila leaned in closer to examine the text. "It seems to be a guide for taming spirits. But it's missing something crucial." Just then, a gust of wind shook the chamber walls, sending dust and debris floating through the air. Idris froze as a sudden realization hit him. "I think I know where we can find what we're looking for," he said quietly. The pair exchanged glances before making their way towards the vast open courtyard, where students roamed freely, training with their spirits. The headmaster stood atop the tallest spire, watching them approach. "Ah, Idris, Lila," he called out as they reached the center of the courtyard. "I trust your studies are going well." Idris hesitated for a moment before responding. "We've uncovered an ancient text that may hold the key to understanding these spirits better." A smug smile spread across the headmaster's face. "How fascinating," he said, his tone dripping with sincerity. "I suppose I should congratulate you on your findings." Lila stepped forward defiantly, her spirit flaring to life. "We won't be used as pawns in your games, headmaster." The headmaster chuckled coldly. "Oh, I assure you, I have no desire to play games with you young ones," he replied, his eyes glinting maliciously. "But I do require the spirit that you've awakened, and if you refuse, well, let's just say I have ways of making you comply." Idris clenched his fists as anger surged through him, but Lila placed a calming hand on his arm. "We won't give up that easily," she said firmly. There must be another way. The pair retreated to their chambers to continue their search for answers, determined to find a solution before the headmaster could make good on his threats. As they delved deeper into the ancient text, Idris felt a growing sense of unease gnawing at him. The spirit's power was unlike anything he had ever encountered, and the potential consequences of tapping into it fully were terrifying. But as the night wore on, Idris found himself drawn to the idea of wielding such power. With each passing moment, his resolve strengthened, and he began to see a future in which he could use the spirit's energy to protect those he cared about most. Lila, sensing her friend's change in attitude, confronted him gently. "Idris, you can't let this power consume you," she warned. "The spirit is powerful, but it comes at a great cost." Idris stared into the flickering fire, lost in thought. "I know what you're saying, Leela, but I can't stand idly by while the headmaster manipulates us like pawns on a chessboard," he said decisively. "We have to find a way to control this power and use it for good." Layla sighed deeply, recognizing that she couldn't change his mind. Together, they resolved to continue their search, knowing that the stakes were higher than ever before. As they ventured deeper into the ancient academy, Idris couldn't shake the feeling that the headmaster was always watching, waiting for them to make a mistake. The labyrinthine scholar, in the grand halls of the ancient academy, Idris and Lila stand before a towering statue of a spirit, its eyes gleaming with unseen power. The air crackles with energy as they debate their course of action. "Idris," Leela whispers, her voice barely audible above the echoes of footsteps in the vast open courtyard outside. "We have to be careful." "I agree," Idris replies, his eyes never leaving the statue's eyes. "But we can't let the headmaster control this spirit. His power could help us protect ourselves and others." As they discuss their options, a familiar figure steps into view from the shadows, the headmaster himself. He smiles at them, revealing teeth that seemed almost too sharp for a man of his age. "Ah, Idris," he says, approaching slowly. "I see you've made some progress with your spirit." "We have," Idris replies, standing tall despite the unease in his stomach. "But we won't let you manipulate it for your own ends." The headmaster chuckles darkly. "Manipulation? My dear students, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Every action has its consequences, and sometimes those consequences can be quite enlightening." With that, he turns and begins to walk away, leaving Idris and Lila to ponder his words. The grand halls of the ancient academy stretch out before them like a labyrinth, filled with secrets waiting to be discovered. As they leave the statue behind, they know their journey has only just begun. The tension between Idris, Lila, and the headmaster grows as they navigate the academy's labyrinthine corridors, each encounter bringing them closer to understanding the true nature of the ancient academy and its hidden curriculum. The spirit awakens within Idris, urging him to embrace its power, but he remains wary of the consequences. Lila, ever the voice of reason, reminds him that they must tread carefully if they hope to survive this academy and the impending apocalypse. As they climb the tallest spire of the ancient academy, they come across a dimly lit chamber filled with ancient manuscripts, each one older than the last. In the center of the room, they find an unopened book bound in leather and adorned with intricate symbols. Idris senses its power immediately. This is the missing piece of their puzzle. With careful hands, they open the ancient text, revealing pages filled with arcane knowledge about spirits and the academy's hidden curriculum. They read through the text, trying to make sense of its cryptic language. Suddenly, a gust of wind sweeps through the room, carrying with it the scent of decay and death. The air grows colder, and Idris feels a presence behind him. He turns to see the headmaster standing in the doorway, his eyes gleaming with malice. "Ah, stepping into the chamber. "I see you found my little secret." Idris and Lila exchange a look, knowing they cannot allow the headmaster to take the ancient text for himself. As they prepare to defend themselves, they realize that their fate and that of the academy hangs in the balance. The journey has been difficult, but they know that this is only the beginning. In the dimly lit chamber of an ancient academy, Idris and Lila stand before a towering statue of a spirit, its eyes gleaming with unseen power. The air crackles with energy as they debate their course of action. "Idris," Lila whispers, her voice barely audible above the echoes of footsteps in the vast open courtyard outside. "We have to be careful." "I agree," Idris replies, his eyes never leaving the statue's eyes. "But we can't let the headmaster control this spirit. Its power could help us protect ourselves and others." As they discuss their options, a familiar figure steps into view from the shadows, the headmaster himself. He smiles at them, revealing teeth that seemed almost too sharp for a man of his age. "Ah, Idris," he says, approaching slowly. "I see you've made some progress with your spirit." "We have," Idris replies, standing tall despite the unease in his stomach. "But we won't let you manipulate it for your own ends." The headmaster chuckles darkly. "Manipulation? My dear students, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Every action has its consequences, and sometimes those consequences can be quite enlightening." With that, he turns and begins to walk away, leaving Idris and Lila to ponder his words. The grand halls of the ancient academy stretch out before them like a labyrinth, filled with secrets waiting to be discovered. As they leave the statue behind, they know their journey has only just begun. The tension between Idris, Lila, and the headmaster grows as they navigate the academy's labyrinthine corridors, each encounter bringing them closer to understanding the true nature of the ancient academy and its hidden curriculum. The spirit awakens within Idris, urging him to embrace its power, but he remains wary of the consequences. Lila, ever the voice of reason, reminds him that they must tread carefully if they hope to survive this academy and the impending apocalypse. As they climb the tallest spire of the ancient academy, they come across a dimly lit chamber filled with ancient manuscripts, each one older than the last. In the center of the room, they find an unopened book bound in leather and adorned with intricate symbols. Idris senses its power immediately. This is the missing piece of their puzzle. With careful hands, they open the ancient text, revealing pages filled with arcane knowledge about spirits and the academy's hidden curriculum. They read through the text, trying to make sense of its cryptic language. Suddenly, a gust of wind sweeps through the room, carrying with it the scent of decay and death. The air grows colder, and Idris feels a presence behind him. He turns to see the headmaster standing in the doorway, his eyes gleaming with malice. "Ah," he says, stepping into the chamber. "I see you found my little secret." In the grand halls of the ancient academy, the echoes of students' laughter and hushed whispers filled the air as they gathered for a rare assembly, eager to hear from Idris and Lila about their journey through the labyrinthine corridors. The headmaster stood tall upon the podium, his eyes scanning the crowd with an intensity that sent shivers down many spines. "Today, we gather not only to share knowledge, but also to understand the true nature of our existence," he began, his voice resonating throughout the vast open courtyard. "Students, scholars, and fellow seekers of truth, I present before you two individuals who have unlocked the secrets of the Academy's most ancient text." Idris, standing beside Lila, hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to address the crowd. "Friends, scholars, and fellow students," he began, his voice wavering slightly, "we have uncovered a hidden truth about our world that challenges everything we thought we knew. There are powerful spirits within these walls, spirits that can be tamed and evolved to help us survive in this apocalyptic world." A murmur swept through the crowd as heads turned toward one another, exchanging worried glances. The headmaster watched from his perch on the podium, a slight smile playing upon his lips. But, Idris continued, "These spirits are not to be taken lightly. They are powerful and dangerous creatures that demand respect and understanding. Lila stepped forward, her voice strong and steady. We've faced many challenges in our journey, but we've also formed bonds of friendship and trust with one another. Together, we can continue to learn, grow, and evolve. The crowd erupted into applause, their cheers filling the courtyard as they expressed their gratitude for Idris and Lila's courage and wisdom. The headmaster watched with a calculating gaze, his fingers twisting together as he considered the implications of their discovery. Later that evening, Idris and Lila stood in a dimly lit chamber filled with ancient manuscripts, poring over the pages of the mysterious text they had discovered. Intricate symbols danced before their eyes, and they struggled to decipher their meaning. "What do you make of this, Idris?" Lila asked, pointing at a particular passage. "It seems to hint at a powerful spirit that can grant immense power, but only at great personal cost." Idris frowned, his eyes tracing the lines of text before him. "This is beyond anything we've encountered before," he admitted. "We must tread carefully and not rush into something we may later regret." As they discussed their findings, a shadowy figure stepped into the chamber, his presence sending a chill down their spines. The headmaster stood before them, a knowing smile upon his face. "Ah, I see you've made some interesting discoveries," he said, his voice dripping with false warmth. "But don't worry, my dear students. I have a way to help you unlock the secrets of this text." The labyrinthine scholar Idris stood in front of the grand hall's entrance, clutching the ancient text that Lila had helped him decipher. The academy was abuzz with rumors about the spirit they had awakened, and the headmaster was growing increasingly restless. As the sun set behind the towering spires, Idris felt an inexplicable pull towards a dimly lit chamber hidden within the labyrinthine corridors of the ancient academy. Lila followed close behind him, her eyes scanning the walls for any sign of danger or hidden passageways. "Are you sure we should do this alone?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper as they ventured deeper into the shadows. Idris paused, considering the risks. He knew that taming spirits was not for the faint-hearted, but felt drawn to the knowledge contained within the mysterious text. They finally reached a chamber filled with ancient manuscripts and artifacts, its walls adorned with intricate symbols he had yet to decipher. Lila's eyes widened as she took in the room's contents. "We might find answers here," she said, her voice trembling slightly. Idris nodded, feeling a sense of determination wash over him. Hours passed as they studied the ancient manuscripts, their minds racing with newfound knowledge and possibilities. As they neared the end of their search, Lila discovered something that sent a chill down her spine, a towering statue of an unknown spirit with striking similarities to the one they had awakened. "This is bad," Lila murmured, her fingers tracing the symbols etched into the statue's base. The text hinted at a powerful spirit offering immense power, but at great personal cost. Idris' heart raced as he remembered the words, his mind reeling with thoughts of what that could mean for him and their friends. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed through the chamber. They quickly extinguished a candle, plunging the room into darkness. The headmaster appeared before them, his eyes gleaming with malice. "Ah, I see you found what I was looking for," he said, reaching out to take the ancient text from Idris' trembling hands. Idris could feel the spirit within him stir as the headmaster touched the text, its power surging through the room. He clutched at Lila's arm, trying to pull her away, but found himself unable to move. The headmaster grinned wickedly. "You see, I knew this text would be of great use to me," he said, his voice dripping with malice. As the spirit's power coursed through him, Idris felt a dark part of himself awaken, a side that craved power and control. He struggled against it, but found himself unable to resist its allure. Lila tried to pull him away, her eyes wide with fear as she realized the true intentions of their headmaster. The headmaster continued his sinister monologue, revealing his plan to harness the spirit's power for his own purposes. Idris felt a wave of despair wash over him as he realized that the academy he had come to call home was not all it seemed. He looked at Lila, her face filled with determination and fear, and knew he couldn't let this happen. With a surge of willpower, Idris managed to break free from the headmaster's grasp. Together they fled the chamber, running through the labyrinthine corridors as footsteps chased them relentlessly behind. As they reached the vast open courtyard, Idris could feel the spirit within him growing stronger, its power surging through his veins. Lila looked at him with a mixture of fear and admiration. "What have you done?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. Idris shook his head. "I don't know," he admitted, feeling overwhelmed by the magnitude of what he had unleashed. "But we can't let the headmaster get his hands on it." They fled to the highest point of the academy, standing atop the tallest spire as the sun set behind them. Below, they could see the headmaster and his minions approaching, their shadows growing larger with each step. Idris felt a surge of determination wash over him. He knew what he had to do. With a deep breath, he raised the ancient text above his head, its power coursing through him like liquid fire. "This is our academy," he declared, his voice echoing through the air. "We will not let it fall into the hands of tyrants." As the spirit's power surged within him, Idris felt a wave of fear and doubt wash over him, but he pushed it aside, focusing on the greater good. He knew that the spirit was powerful, but he also knew that he had the strength to control it, if only just for now. The headmaster reached them at last, his eyes filled with rage as he saw Idris holding the text aloft. "You dare defy me?" he snarled, reaching out to take it from him. But Idris stood firm, his body shaking slightly but his resolve unwavering. The spirit's power surged within him, its energy crackling through the air as Idris raised a hand towards the headmaster. Lila watched in awe as the ancient academy trembled around them, the headmaster's minions scrambling to get out of range of the spirit's wrath. The headmaster's eyes widened in terror as he realized the magnitude of what Idris had unleashed. He stumbled back, trying to retreat but finding himself unable to move. As the spirit's power coursed through the air, Idris felt a sense of calm wash over him, a feeling he hadn't experienced since before he was reborn. With a final burst of energy, Idris released the spirit, its power dissipating into the air around them. The headmaster fell to his knees, gasping for breath, as the academy shook violently around him. Lila rushed over to him, her eyes filled with concern as she helped him up. Idris stood atop the tallest spire, watching as the dust settled and the academy returned to its former state. He knew that this was only the beginning, that there would be more challenges ahead, both from within and without. But for now, he felt a sense of peace wash over him. He had done what needed to be done. As they made their way back towards their dormitory, Idris looked at Lila with newfound admiration. "We did it," he said, his voice filled with wonder. She smiled, her eyes shining brightly in the dimly lit corridors of the ancient academy. "Yes," she replied, her voice filled with determination. "But we're not done yet." Idris nodded, feeling a renewed sense of purpose coursing through him. Together, they would face whatever challenges lay ahead, for they were more than just students now. They were the protectors of their ancient academy and its powerful secrets. As they entered their dormitory, Idris couldn't help but feel a sense of pride wash over him. He had come to this strange, labyrinthine place as a scholar, seeking knowledge and answers. But he had become something more, something greater. And as he looked at Lila, her eyes filled with determination and hope, he knew that they would face whatever challenges lay ahead together. For now, though, they could rest easy knowing that the academy was safe, at least for a little while longer. The spirit within Idris might have caused chaos and destruction, but had also shown him what true power really meant, not control or domination, but the strength to protect those he cared about. Idris and Lila found themselves in a dimly lit chamber filled with ancient manuscripts. The room's air was thick with dust and the scent of parchment. Idris' eyes scanned the shelves, searching for the next piece of their puzzle. Lila, perched on a nearby stone pedestal, looked around impatiently at Idris. She called out, her voice echoing through the chamber. "I can feel it, you know." "Feel what?" Idris asked, not taking his eyes off the books. "The spirit. It's growing stronger. Lila's eyes flashed with worry. We need to find that text before the headmaster does. Idris' heart raced at her words. They had already seen the headmaster's manipulation firsthand and knew he would stop at nothing to gain control over the spirit. They searched through the labyrinthine corridors for hours, their footsteps echoing off the ancient walls. It was late when they finally found what they were looking for: a towering statue of a beast, adorned with intricate symbols, and a mysterious text bound in leather. "This must be it," Idris whispered, his voice barely audible. He reached out to touch the text but hesitated, feeling a strange energy coursing through him. Lila took a step closer. "It's beautiful," she said, tracing the symbols with her fingers. "But what does this mean?" Idris closed his eyes, focusing on the spirit within him. He felt a connection to the text, as if it contained secrets waiting to be unlocked. As he reached out to take it, Lila grabbed his arm. "Wait," she said, her voice low and urgent. "There's something not right here." Suddenly, the chamber shook violently, sending books flying off the shelves and dust swirling through the air. Idris looked around, his heart pounding in his chest. "The headmaster," Lila breathed, her eyes wide with fear. "He's coming for us." They ran back towards the grand halls, their footsteps echoing as they raced through the labyrinthine corridors. The headmaster was close on their heels, his laughter echoing through the academy's walls. As they reached the entrance of the grand halls, Idris felt a surge of power coursing through him. He looked at Lila and knew what he had to do. "Stay here," he said, his eyes fierce with determination. "I'll buy us some time." Lila nodded, her own eyes filled with tears. She watched as Idris stepped out into the grand halls, facing down the headmaster alone. Idris summoned the spirit within him, feeling its power grow stronger with every passing second. The grand halls trembled as the two forces collided, sending shockwaves through the academy's walls. The headmaster stood before Idris, his eyes cold and calculating. "You cannot defeat me," he said, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Idris felt the spirit surge within him, its power growing with every word the headmaster spoke. He knew what he had to do to save Lila and their academy. With a roar, Idris unleashed the spirit's full force, sending the headmaster flying backward. The grand halls shook as the battle raged on, but in the end it was Idris who emerged victorious. Exhausted and battered, he made his way back to Lila, who ran into his arms. "You did it," she breathed, her voice filled with tears of relief. Idris smiled weakly. "We saved the academy," he said, his eyes never leaving hers, "but at a cost." "Yes." The labyrinthine scholar, the grand halls of the ancient academy, echoed with the murmurs of scholars engrossed in their studies. Idris and Lila sat in a dimly lit chamber filled with ancient manuscripts, the air thick with dust and history. Idris' fingers traced over the worn pages of the mysterious text he had discovered earlier. The intricate symbols danced before his eyes, beckoning him to decipher their secrets. He could feel the power emanating from the bound volume, making his heart race with anticipation. "What do you think it means?" Lila asked, her voice barely above a whisper as she peered over Idris' shoulder. The text seemed to pulse in response to her question. "I'm not sure," Idris replied, concentrating on the symbols. "But I believe that it holds the key to understanding this spirit we awakened." Lila nodded, her eyes shining with determination. She glanced around the chamber, ensuring no one was watching them. "We must be careful who we share this information with," she said, a hint of caution in her voice. Their conversation was interrupted by the sound of footsteps approaching. Idris and Lila exchanged worried glances before hastily closing the text and gathering their belongings. As they left the chamber, they caught sight of the headmaster walking down one of the labyrinthine corridors towards them. "I hope we're not being followed," Lila whispered as they hurried through the halls. Idris shook his head, focusing on keeping a low profile. The headmaster had been acting strange lately, and Idris couldn't shake the feeling that he was somehow involved in their discovery. As they reached the vast open courtyard, Idris caught sight of something unusual, a towering statue of an unknown beast, its eyes glowing ominously in the dim light. He felt a chill run down his spine as he studied it, sensing a connection between this statue and the spirit described in their mysterious text. "What do you think that is?" Leela asked, following Idris' gaze. Idris hesitated before answering. "I believe it represents the spirit we awakened," he said softly, "or perhaps one very similar to it." Lila's eyes widened in shock as she took a closer look at the statue. "We need to find out more about this spirit and its power," she said resolutely. "I don't think the headmaster should have control over something so dangerous." Idris nodded, his resolve strengthening. He knew that their journey would not be easy, but he felt a sense of purpose that he had never experienced before. Together with Lila, they would uncover the secrets of this ancient academy and protect the spirit from those who sought to use its power for their own gain. The sun began to set as Idris and Lila made their way towards the tallest spire of the ancient academy. They knew that within its walls lay countless artifacts and manuscripts, many of which might hold answers to their questions. As they climbed the winding staircase, Idris couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement at what they might find. Inside the chamber at the top of the spire, they found themselves surrounded by ancient manuscripts and artifacts. The air was heavy with the scent of dust and age, and the flickering candlelight cast eerie shadows across the walls. Idris felt a thrill of anticipation as he sifted through the books, searching for any mention of the spirit or the towering statue they had seen earlier. Lila watched him intently, her eyes scanning the room for anything that might be useful. As the hours passed, they slowly uncovered more and more information about the ancient civilization that had built this academy and the spirits they had tamed and evolved. They discovered tales of powerful scholars who had transformed themselves into monstrous beings, their names whispered in hushed tones throughout the grand halls. As the night wore on, Idris felt a growing sense of unease. He couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, that someone was waiting for them to make a mistake. He glanced at Lila, who seemed just as wary as he felt. "We should get out of here," she said softly. "I have a bad feeling about this place." Idris nodded in agreement, his heart pounding in his chest. Together they gathered their findings and made their way back down the tower, their footsteps echoing through the empty halls as they descended towards the grand halls of the academy. As they reached the entrance, they were met by the headmaster, who stood waiting for them with a knowing smile on his face. Idris felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead as he realized that their discovery had not gone unnoticed. "Ah, Idris and Lila," the headmaster said, inclining his head in greeting. "I see you've been delving into our school's history." Idris swallowed hard, trying to keep his voice steady. "We were just looking for answers," he said cautiously. The headmaster chuckled, his eyes gleaming with amusement. "Ancient secrets are a dangerous thing, Idris," he warned. "But fear not, I have something that might interest you." He reached into his robes and produced the ancient text they had found earlier, its pages bound in leather and adorned with intricate symbols. Idris' heart leaped into his throat as he recognized it immediately. "How did you come by this?" he demanded, stepping closer to the headmaster. The headmaster smiled enigmatically. "Let's just say that some secrets are best left hidden," he said cryptically. "But I believe you and Lila have a special bond with this spirit. With my guidance, you could harness its power for greatness." Idris felt a cold shiver run down his spine as he looked into the headmaster's eyes. He knew that accepting his offer would come at a great cost, but he couldn't help feeling tempted by the prospect of wielding such immense power. Lila, however, seemed to have made up her mind. "We don't need your help," she said firmly. "And we won't let you use this spirit for your own gain." The headmaster's smile faded, and his eyes narrowed as he regarded the two scholars with disdain. "You underestimate me, Leela," he said coldly. "But I will not be denied what is rightfully mine." With that, he turned on his heel and disappeared into the grand halls, leaving Idris and Lila standing in stunned silence. They knew that they had made an enemy in the headmaster, but they were determined to protect their discovery and prevent it from falling into his hands. As they left the academy, the sun was rising, casting a golden glow across the ancient walls. Idris felt a sense of determination burning within him. He knew that their journey would be long and difficult, but he also knew that he had found something truly special, a bond with the spirit and a friendship with Lila that would see them through whatever trials lay ahead. The sun sets over the ancient academy as Idris and Lila weave through labyrinthine corridors, the dimly lit chamber filled with ancient manuscripts their destination. The air is thick with dust and the scent of centuries-old parchment, a stark contrast to the grand halls that greeted them upon arrival. "We must be careful," warns Idris, his voice hushed as he scans each page for clues about the spirit they've awakened. "The headmaster knows we have it, and I fear he may try to take it from us." Lila nods in agreement, her eyes never leaving the texts surrounding them. They search for answers, but the truth remains elusive. As they delve deeper into the mysteries of the ancient academy, their bond grows stronger, their shared determination unwavering as they face the challenges ahead. But not all is peaceful within these walls. The spirit stirs beneath Idris's skin, growing restless and hungry for power. He struggles to control it, feeling its presence like a storm brewing inside him. In the dimly lit chamber filled with ancient manuscripts, they find an intriguing text bound in leather, adorned with symbols that make the hairs on the back of their necks stand on end. Idris' heart races as he carefully opens the text, revealing pages detailing the secrets of a powerful spirit that can grant immense power to its wielder and consume them entirely. A shiver runs through him at the thought, but the allure is undeniable. "We must be careful," Lila whispers, her voice barely audible over the whispering wind. "This knowledge could change everything." Idris nods, his eyes scanning the ancient text as they leave the chamber, feeling the weight of their discovery growing heavier with each passing moment. As they journey deeper into the labyrinthine corridors, they can't shake the feeling that someone is watching them, someone who wants what they have found. The grand halls loom before them, the sun setting over ancient academy's walls as they make their way back to their quarters. Idris clutches the text tightly, his mind racing with thoughts of power and the cost it might require. Lila walks beside him, her gaze unwavering as she scans the shadows for any sign of danger. As they reach their quarters, they find a note waiting for them. A simple message from the headmaster, a meeting in the tallest spire at sunrise. "I look forward to discussing your discovery." Idris' heart sinks as he reads the words, knowing that their time is running out. He looks to Lila, who nods resolutely. Together, they prepare for what lies ahead, their resolve strengthened by the weight of the secrets they carry. As night falls over their ancient academy, Idris and Lila find solace in each other's company. The spirit within him stirs restlessly, but his determination remains unshaken as he clings to the hope that they can change their world for the better, if only they can survive long enough to do so. Episode 12 continues to build tension and introduce new mysteries, while laying the groundwork for future conflicts. Idris and Lila's bond grows stronger as they face challenges together, and the headmaster's manipulations become more evident. The ancient text's contents hint at a powerful spirit that could change everything, but with a terrifying cost. The episode ends on a cliffhanger, with Idris and Lila preparing for their meeting with the headmaster in the tallest spire at sunrise. The spirit within Idris continues to grow stronger, adding another layer of tension as they navigate the labyrinthine corridors and face unknown dangers lurking within the ancient academy's walls. The labyrinthine scholar, the sun had set, and twilight cloaked the ancient academy in its gentle embrace. Idris and Lila stood at the grand hall's entrance, gazing up at the towering structure that housed countless secrets they yearned to uncover. The dimly lit chamber filled with ancient manuscripts beckoned them like a siren's call, but their time with the headmaster loomed on the horizon. "We should go," Lila said, her voice barely above a whisper as she clutched her sword tightly. "I don't trust him." Idris nodded and took a deep breath. He could feel the spirit within him stirring, its presence growing stronger with each passing day. The weight of his newfound power was heavy on his shoulders, but it also filled him with excitement and dread. What would the headmaster want from them? Would he try to take the spirit for himself? As they made their way through the labyrinthine corridors, Idris felt a strange sensation. The air seemed thicker, the walls more oppressive. He could feel the presence of other spirits lurking in the shadows. Watching them pass by, a chill ran down his spine as he realized that they were not alone. They reached the vast open courtyard and paused for a moment to catch their breath. The towering statue of a beast loomed over them, its eyes burning with an eerie light. Idris could sense the power emanating from it, but also something else, a darkness that seemed to consume everything it touched. "Idris," Leela whispered, her voice barely audible. "What is that?" She pointed towards the statue, her finger trembling slightly. He couldn't answer immediately. The spirit within him was too strong, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts and emotions. He could sense something familiar about the statue, but he couldn't quite place it. They had to find out what it was before they faced the headmaster. With Lila at his side, Idris approached the statue cautiously. As he reached out to touch its cold, stone surface, a sudden burst of energy surged through him. He stumbled backward, gasping for air, as the spirit within him roared in response. The statue seemed to come alive, its eyes flickering with a fierce light that illuminated the courtyard. "What did you do?" Lila shouted over the deafening noise. Her sword glowed brightly in her grip as she prepared for battle. Idris shook his head, still trying to regain control of himself. "I don't know," he said hoarsely, "but I think it's connected to the spirit inside me." Before they could react, the statue's eyes locked onto them with a malevolent glare. It let out a roar that echoed through the ancient academy's walls, sending shivers down their spines. A sudden gust of wind whipped around them, and Idris could sense countless spirits stirring within the academy. "We have to get out of here," Lila shouted above the chaos. She grabbed Idris' arm and dragged him towards the labyrinthine corridors. "We can't fight all of them." Idris nodded, his mind racing as he tried to understand what was happening. The spirit within him seemed to be growing stronger, its power coursing through his veins like wildfire. He could feel the ancient academy trembling around them, its very foundations groaning under the weight of the awakened spirits. As they ran, Idris realized that this was just the beginning. The headmaster had warned him about the dangers that came with taming a spirit, but he hadn't expected this. He couldn't help but wonder if he was becoming more monster than man, and if that was truly the fate he wanted for himself. The corridors seemed to stretch on forever, twisting and turning in ways that made no sense. They stumbled and fell several times, their hearts pounding with fear and adrenaline as they fought their way through the dark halls. The spirits seemed to be growing more aggressive, their roars echoing off the walls like thunder. Finally, they reached a dimly lit chamber filled with ancient manuscripts and artifacts. Lila grabbed Idris' arm and pulled him into a corner, shielding him from view as they caught their breath. The spirit within him was still raging, but it seemed to be fading slightly. He could sense the other spirits growing quieter, their power waning. "We have to find out what's going on," Idris whispered hoarsely. "I think the headmaster has something to do with this." Lila nodded grimly, her eyes filled with determination. "We'll go to the top of the tallest spire," she said. "Maybe we can find answers there." Idris nodded, his heart heavy with dread as he realized that their search for knowledge might have unleashed something far greater than they could handle. But he couldn't turn back now. He had come too far, and he wouldn't let the spirits consume him without a fight. As they made their way through the academy, Idris felt a strange sense of calm wash over him. The spirit within him was still there, but it seemed to be quieter, less volatile. He could sense that Lila was right by his side, her strength and courage giving him the resolve he needed to face whatever lay ahead. The sun began to rise as they reached the top of the tallest spire, casting a golden light over the ancient academy. The chamber at the top was vast and empty, save for a single table with an ancient text bound in leather and adorned with intricate symbols. Idris could feel his heart racing as he approached it, his mind filled with questions. What did the text hold? And more importantly, what did it have to do with him and the spirit within him? He couldn't wait any longer. He had to find out. As he reached out to touch the ancient text, a sudden gust of wind whipped around them, and the headmaster appeared before them, his eyes glinting with malice. "So," he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "You've finally come to me." Idris took a step back, his heart racing as he realized that this was it. The moment he had been dreading since the day he entered the ancient academy. He could feel the spirit within him stirring, its power growing stronger in response to the headmaster's presence. "What do you want from us?" Lila demanded, her sword glowing brightly as she stepped forward to protect Idris. The headmaster smiled coldly. "I want what you have," he said, his eyes never leaving Idris. "The spirit within you is powerful, and it's mine for the taking." Idris felt a surge of anger course through him, but he knew that fighting now would only lead to disaster. He had to think, to find a way to outsmart the headmaster and protect himself and Lila. He could feel the spirit within him growing stronger, its power coursing through his veins like wildfire. "You'll have to take it from me," Idris said, his voice steady despite the fear that gripped his heart. "But you won't get it easily," the headmaster laughed coldly. "Oh, I think you underestimate me, young one," he said, his eyes gleaming with hunger. "I have been waiting for a spirit like this for centuries. There is no way you can stop me." But Idris knew that the headmaster was wrong. He had come too far, and he wouldn't let the spirit within him be taken without a fight. With Lila at his side, he would face whatever lay ahead and protect what was rightfully his. The ancient academy trembled around them as the spirits stirred once more, sensing the impending conflict. In the grand halls of the ancient academy, Idris and Lila stood before the tallest spire, their breaths fogging in the chill air. The headmaster's voice echoed through the chamber as they ascended to the top. "The spirit within you is the key to our salvation, Idris," he said, his eyes gleaming with greed. "But what will it cost us?" Lila whispered, her voice barely audible. The two of them had grown closer in their shared struggle against the headmaster's manipulations. Reaching the top, they stepped into a chamber filled with ancient manuscripts and artifacts. Among them, a towering statue of a beast caught Idris' eye. He approached it cautiously, tracing his fingers over the intricate symbols etched into its surface. "This must be where we find answers," he murmured, turning to Lila. As they delved deeper into the chamber, they discovered an ancient text bound in leather, adorned with symbols that seemed to dance before their eyes. The mysterious text held a secret, one that could give them the edge they needed against the headmaster. But as Idris opened it, a sudden tremor shook the academy's walls, sending dust and debris cascading down upon them. "We've—" Lila cried, grabbing Idris' hand and pulling him towards the exit. The ancient academy groaned in protest, its foundations tested by the spirit's growing power. As they fled, Idris felt a strange connection to the spirit within him, sensing that it too was responding to the tremor. Reaching the grand halls, they emerged into the vast open courtyard. The other students stared at them, their eyes wide with fear and awe as the academy's walls shook once more. Idris knew that they were running out of time. With Lila at his side, he prepared to confront the headmaster and protect the spirit within him, whatever the cost. The labyrinthine scholar, the vibrations of the earth had barely ceased when Idris and Lila found themselves amidst a crowd of anxious faces. The ancient academy stood tall and unscathed, yet it seemed that its walls bore witness to secrets long buried. The headmaster addressed the students in a calm voice, but his eyes betrayed an underlying tension. "There is no need for worry," he assured them. "These tremors are not uncommon, especially now as we delve deeper into the mysteries of the spirit." Idris looked to Lila, who returned his gaze with a resolute nod. They knew better than anyone that the headmaster was hiding something. The quake had awakened the spirit within Idris even more, making its presence in his mind harder to ignore. His thoughts raced as he struggled to suppress the spirit's demands. The pair slipped away from the crowd and ventured into the labyrinthine corridors of the ancient academy, seeking solitude. As they moved through the dimly lit chambers filled with ancient manuscripts and artifacts, Idris couldn't help but feel drawn towering statue at the top of the tallest spire. "We should investigate further," Layla urged. "Perhaps there is something there that can help us better understand this spirit within you." Idris hesitated, feeling a strange connection to the statue of the beast, but ultimately agreed. Together they climbed the spiral staircase, their hearts pounding as the air grew colder with each step. At the top, they found themselves in a chamber, its walls adorned with ancient symbols and artifacts. In the center stood the statue, its eyes seemingly watching them from afar. Idris' gaze fell upon an intriguing text bound in leather, adorned with symbols that seemed oddly familiar to him. He hesitated for a moment before reaching out to touch it, and as his fingers brushed against its surface, he felt a surge of energy course through him. Suddenly, the chamber filled with light as the spirit within Idris awakened, its power growing stronger than ever before. The air crackled with electricity, and Idris struggled to maintain control. Layla reached out to him, her eyes wide with fear. "Idris, you must focus," she cried. "We have to leave before the headmaster finds us." Together, they fought against the spirit's demands, their minds a battlefield as they struggled to regain control. Finally, they managed to subdue it, leaving them both breathless and shaken. As they fled from the chamber, they knew that their discovery had not gone unnoticed. The pulsating energy from the spirit still echoed within Idris' chest, a constant reminder of the power that now dwelled within him. He felt a strange connection with this force, as if it were an extension of his own being. Layla, his closest ally and fellow student, stood at his side, her eyes filled with determination. Together, they had escaped the chamber where the spirit had awakened, but the headmaster's manipulations continued to gnaw at their minds like a relentless predator. They navigated through the labyrinthine corridors of the ancient academy, seeking refuge among its towering walls and grand halls. The stone floors beneath them resonated with echoes of history, each step they took adding to the chronicles of this forgotten civilization. Idris could feel the power growing stronger within him, a symphony of energy that threatened to consume him from the inside out. "Idris," Layla said softly, her voice barely audible over the whispers of the wind that danced through the corridors. "We must find answers, or this spirit will destroy us." Idris nodded, his eyes fixed on the distant light that filtered in from the Grand Hall's entrance. The academy was vast, and they had yet to explore its full extent. It was a beacon of hope in their darkest hour, a testament to the knowledge they sought but could not yet comprehend. "We must find the headmaster," Idris said, his voice barely above a whisper. "He is using this spirit for his own gain." Layla's eyes narrowed, her fists clenched tightly at her sides. "I agree, but we cannot confront him alone. We need allies, people who share our vision of a free academy." "We will find them," Idris replied, a sense of resolve filling his voice. "Together, we can uncover the secrets hidden within these walls and bring the headmaster's manipulations to light." As they ventured deeper into the academy, they found themselves in a vast open courtyard, surrounded by towering statues that seemed to watch them with unblinking stone eyes. The sun peeked through the gaps in the ancient academy's walls, bathing the courtyard in a soft golden light. It was a moment of respite, a brief pause before they continued their quest. "We should rest here for a moment," Layla suggested, her voice barely audible above the wind that danced through the stones. "We cannot continue without replenishing our energy." Idris nodded, settling down on the cold stone floor. The pulsating energy within him threatened to overwhelm him at times, but he knew he needed to control it if they were to succeed. He closed his eyes, taking deep breaths as he focused on calming the storm that raged within him. As they rested, Idris couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The courtyard felt wrong. A shiver ran down his spine, and he opened his eyes to find Lila staring intently at one of the towering statues. He followed her gaze, noticing a peculiar symbol carved into its base. "This is the mark," Lila whispered, her voice barely audible over the wind. "The headmaster's mark." Idris felt a chill run down his spine as he realized what that meant. They had been led to this place for a reason, and it was not by chance. The headmaster was watching them, manipulating their every move, leading them deeper into his labyrinthine trap. "We must leave," Idris said, rising to his feet. "This place is not safe." As they fled the courtyard, they found themselves in a dimly lit chamber filled with ancient manuscripts and artifacts. The air was thick with the scent of parchment and dust, a testament to the countless years that had passed since the Academy's creation. They searched through the countless texts, seeking answers and knowledge that would help them uncover the truth about their academy and its sinister headmaster. In the heart of the chamber, they found a towering statue of a beast, its stone body adorned with intricate symbols that seemed to dance in the flickering candlelight. Atop the statue's pedestal lay an ancient text bound in leather, adorned with symbols that seemed eerily familiar. Idris felt a surge of energy as he approached it, his heart racing as he reached out and touched it. A wave of power washed over him, filling him with knowledge beyond his comprehension. The spirit within him roared to life, its energy pulsating through his veins like a torrential storm. He could feel the headmaster's manipulation weaving around them, trying to claim control over this newfound power. "We must leave," Leela said urgently, her voice barely audible over the roaring spirit within him. "The headmaster is watching us." Idris nodded, his vision blurred by the force that threatened to consume him. He could feel himself slipping, the line between man and beast growing increasingly thin. As they fled the chamber, he knew that their journey had only just begun, and that the road ahead was fraught with danger and uncertainty. As they climbed the tallest spire of the ancient academy, Idris felt the spirit within him grow stronger with each step. The energy pulsating through his veins threatened to overwhelm him at times, but he knew that he could not let it control him. He had a purpose, a mission that transcended his own existence. As they reached the top of the spire, they found themselves in a chamber filled with ancient manuscripts and artifacts. The walls were lined with shelves, each one filled with texts that held the secrets to this forgotten civilization. In the center of the room stood a pedestal, upon which lay an intriguing text bound in leather, adorned with symbols that seemed eerily familiar. Idris approached it cautiously, his senses on high alert for any sign of danger. The spirit within him roared to life as he touched the text, its energy pulsating through his veins like a torrential storm. He could feel the headmaster's manipulation weaving around them, trying to claim control over this newfound power. As the spirit spoke to him, Idris felt a strange connection form between them. It was as if he had known it for centuries, yet was also something entirely foreign and unfamiliar. The spirit revealed to him that it could grant him immense power, but at great personal cost. "We must leave," Leela urged, her voice barely audible over the roaring spirit within Idris. "The headmaster is waiting." Idris knew she was right. As much as he wanted to learn more about this powerful spirit and its secrets, he knew that they could not stay here for long. He closed his eyes, focusing on calming the storm that raged within him. The spirit's power surged through him one last time before it retreated, leaving him feeling drained but also invigorated. As they left the chamber, Idris felt a renewed sense of purpose. He knew that their journey was far from over, and that the headmaster would stop at nothing to claim the spirit's power for himself. But he also knew that he could not let that happen. With Lila by his side, he would face whatever challenges lay ahead and uncover the truth about their academy and its sinister headmaster. Their journey was far from over, but Idris felt a strange sense of peace wash over him as they descended the tallest spire. He knew that the road ahead was fraught with danger and uncertainty, but he also knew that he was not alone. With Lila by his side, he would face whatever challenges lay ahead and uncover the truth about their academy and its sinister headmaster. As they emerged from the shadows of the ancient academy's walls, Idris felt a renewed sense of determination fill him. He knew that the road ahead would be long, but he also knew that he could not give up. With every step he took towards the unknown, he felt his connection with the spirit grow stronger, fueling his desire to learn more and uncover the truth about this forgotten civilization. "We must continue," Idris said, his voice barely audible over the whispers of the wind that danced through the stones. "Our journey is far from over." Lila nodded, her eyes filled with determination. Together, they would face whatever challenges lay ahead and uncover the secrets hidden within these walls. They had come too far to give up now, and they would not rest until they had brought the headmaster's manipulations to light and secured their place in this ancient academy. The labyrinthine scholar, the ancient academy pulsed with a sense of urgency as students scurried through the labyrinthine corridors, their eyes wide and minds racing. Idris and Leela entered the grand halls, the vast open courtyard visible behind them, where a towering statue of a beast dominated the space. "Idris," Leela said, her voice barely above a whisper, "I sense something off about this place." He nodded, glancing around the room. The headmaster's manipulations were becoming more obvious, and Idris couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. "The text we found," he said, holding up the ancient manuscript bound in leather and adorned with intricate symbols. "It's been bothering me ever since we read it." Lila stepped closer to him, her brow furrowed in concentration. "I can sense the power it holds, but I don't know if it's safe for us to keep. We need more answers," Idris said resolutely. "The headmaster will stop at nothing to get his hands on this power. We must find a way to protect ourselves and uncover the truth behind this academy." Together, they left the grand halls and ventured deeper into the labyrinthine corridors. The walls seemed to close in around them as they navigated the maze-like passages, but Idris' spirit guided him through the twists and turns. Finally, they arrived at a dimly lit chamber filled with ancient manuscripts. Idris hesitated for a moment before stepping inside, his heart pounding in his chest. The air was thick with dust and the scent of aged parchment. "I sense something," Layla said, her eyes scanning the room. "What is it?" Idris walked over to one of the manuscripts, its pages yellowed and brittle. He carefully lifted it from the shelf, revealing a mysterious text bound in leather. As he touched the cover, a sudden rush of energy coursed through him, and he felt a surge of knowledge fill his mind. "It's another ancient text," he said, his eyes wide with wonder. "But this one is different. I can feel its power, but it's not like the others." Leela approached him, her curiosity piqued. "What do you mean?" Idris looked up at her, a determined expression on his face. "This text reveals secrets about a powerful spirit that can grant immense power, but at great personal cost. I must learn more if we are to defend ourselves against the headmaster and uncover the mysteries of this academy." "Are you sure it's safe?" Leela asked, her voice shaking. "We don't know what might happen when we read this text." Idris nodded. "I can feel its power growing within me, but I won't let it consume me. We will learn the truth and use it to our advantage." In the grand halls of the ancient academy, Idris and Lila stand before a towering statue of a beast, its eyes aglow with an otherworldly light. The air buzzes with energy as they sense the presence of the spirit within them growing stronger. "This feels different," Lila whispers, her voice barely audible. "I can feel it." Idris nods, his eyes focused on the statue. "We must continue our search for answers." They navigate the labyrinthine corridors of the academy, their hearts racing as they sense something watching them. The walls seem to close in around them, and whispers echo through the shadows. "Do you think it's the headmaster?" Leela asks, her grip tightening on her weapon. "Or someone else?" Idris shakes his head. "I don't know, but we must remain cautious." They arrive at a dimly lit chamber filled with ancient manuscripts and artifacts. A sense of urgency fills the air as they sift through dusty tomes, seeking answers about the spirit that has taken hold within them. As they search, Idris comes across an ancient text bound in leather adorned with intricate symbols. He feels a strange pull towards it, as if drawn by some invisible force. "This might be important," he says, holding up the text for Lila to see. "Let's take a look." Together they study the mysterious text, their eyes scanning the cryptic symbols and illustrations that fill its pages. They soon discover it speaks of a spirit capable of granting immense power at great personal cost. Idris feels a shiver run down his spine as he realizes what this could mean for him and Lila's discovery. "We have to be careful," Lila warns, her voice tinged with fear. "If the headmaster finds out about this text, we may never be safe." Idris nods in agreement, wrapping the ancient text carefully in his cloak. They decide to hide it deep within a chamber at the top of the tallest spire, hoping to keep its secrets safe from prying eyes. As they ascend the spiral staircase that leads to the top of the spire, they sense a growing presence around them. The air crackles with energy, and the whispers seem closer now than ever before. "We're not alone," Leela says quietly, her grip tightening on her weapon once more. "I can feel it." They reach the chamber at the top of the spire, their hearts racing as they take a deep breath before entering. The room is filled with ancient manuscripts and artifacts, but their eyes are immediately drawn to the towering statue that stands in the center. Idris feels the spirit within him stir as he gazes upon the statue's intricate details, its energy resonating with his own. He senses a strange connection between them, as if they share some ancient bond. "I don't understand," Leila murmurs, her eyes wide with wonder. "What is this place?" Idris shakes his head, still lost in thought. "I don't know. But I think we may have uncovered something truly remarkable." As they leave the chamber, the whispers grow louder, and the air seems to crackle with energy. They sense a presence following them, their hearts pounding in their chests as they make their way back down the spiral staircase and into the labyrinthine corridors. "We need to find a safe place," Leela says urgently, her grip on her weapon tightening. "This isn't over." Idris nods, his eyes focused on the shadows that seem to be closing in around them. He knows they can't run forever, but for now, they must stay one step ahead of whoever is following them. They emerge from the labyrinthine corridors into a vast open courtyard, their hearts pounding with adrenaline. The sun sets over the towering walls and grand halls of the ancient academy, casting long shadows across the grounds. Idris turns to Leela, his eyes filled with determination. "We'll find a way to keep ourselves safe," he says firmly. Leela nods, her eyes reflecting the same resolve. They know they face many challenges ahead, but they also know that they are stronger together than apart. As they walk towards the grand halls, hand in hand, they feel a sense of hope for what lies ahead. The labyrinthine scholar, the dimly lit chamber filled with ancient manuscripts and artifacts hummed with anticipation. Idris and Lila entered cautiously, their hearts pounding in rhythm with the whispers of the academy's walls. They had come seeking answers, hoping to uncover more about the spirit that they had awakened. Idris approached a towering statue of a beast, its eyes glowing faintly in the darkness. He felt a strange connection to it, as if it was trying to communicate something important. Lila looked on with concern, her eyes flicking back and forth between the statue and Idris. "What do you think it's saying?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Idris hesitated before opening the ancient text bound in leather that he had found earlier. "It speaks of a spirit like ours," he said, his eyes scanning the worn pages, "one that can grant immense power but at great personal cost. Are you sure we should trust this thing?" Lila's voice trembled with uncertainty. She felt her own connection to the spirit growing stronger and feared what might happen if they continued down this path. Idris looked up, meeting Lila's eyes. "We have no choice," he said, his voice firm but tinged with apprehension. "If we don't find a way to control it, the headmaster will take it for himself." Leila nodded, her resolve hardening. They had come too far to turn back now. As they delved deeper into the manuscripts, they couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching them from the shadows. The whispers in the walls grew louder, and Idris felt a shiver run down his spine. We should get out of here, Lila said, her voice barely above a whisper. I don't like this. Idris nodded, but he couldn't shake the feeling that they were being led somewhere. He closed the ancient text and tucked it under his arm as they made their way towards the chamber at the top of the spire, where the spirit had first awakened. As they climbed the winding staircase, the whispers grew louder until they could barely hear each other's thoughts. When they reached the top, they found themselves in a chamber that seemed to have been abandoned for centuries. A single beam of light shone through the crack in the window, illuminating the spirit that lay dormant on the stone floor. Idris felt his heart race as he approached it, his mind racing with thoughts of power and control. Layla grabbed his arm, her eyes wide with fear. We shouldn't be here, she whispered. But Idris was already too far gone. He knelt beside the spirit, reaching out to touch it. The moment his hand made contact, a wave of energy surged through him, and he felt himself changing, growing stronger in ways he could barely comprehend. Lila watched, her eyes filled with fear and disbelief as Idris transformed before her. She knew that they were now more than just students at the academy. They had become something else entirely. But she couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning, and that there was far more to their discovery than they could ever have imagined. The whispers in the walls grew louder still, until they seemed to merge with Idris' own thoughts, filling his mind with images of power and destruction. Lila reached out, her hand trembling as she touched him, trying to pull him back from the edge. Idris, she said urgently, her voice barely audible above the roar in his head. We need to leave. But Idris was lost in the maelstrom of power and chaos that threatened to consume him. He felt a presence behind him, cold and malevolent, as the headmaster stepped into the chamber. Ah, I see you've made quite the discovery, he said, his voice dripping with amusement. I never imagined that such a powerful spirit would be hiding right under my nose. Lila felt her heart race, her grip on Idris tightening as she prepared to defend them both. The headmaster approached, his eyes locked onto the spirit that lay dormant on the stone floor. This is mine, he said, his voice cold and calculating, and I will stop at nothing to claim it. Lila felt her heart sink, knowing that they had no chance against the headmaster's power, but she refused to give up without a fight. She closed her eyes, focusing all of her energy into a single, powerful blast that sent the headmaster sprawling across the room. I won't let you take it, Lila said defiantly, her voice echoing through the chamber. We will protect it. Idris felt himself stirring, his mind clearing as he regained control over his powers. He looked around, seeing Lila standing tall and proud, ready to face whatever came next. He knew that they were in for a long and dangerous journey, but he also knew that they couldn't turn back now. They had come too far, and they wouldn't let the headmaster take what was rightfully theirs. Together, they would stand against him, no matter what it took to protect the spirit and the power it held. The whispers in the walls grew louder still, promising them a world of power and destruction if they could only harness its full potential. But for now, they had a battle to fight, and they couldn't afford to be distracted by dreams of greatness. As they prepared to face the headmaster once more, Idris felt his heart swell with pride and determination. He knew that they were destined for something greater than anything they could have ever imagined, and he was ready to fight for it. The whispers in the walls seemed to fade away as they stood together, their bond growing stronger with each passing moment. They would face whatever came next, no matter what it took to protect the spirit and the power it held. Together, they would defy the headmaster and change the fate of the ancient academy forever. The grand halls echoed with whispers as students hastily shuffled through corridors, seeking answers to the spirit awakening that had caused so much commotion. Idris and Lila, having evaded the headmaster's grasp for weeks, now stood in a dimly lit chamber filled with ancient manuscripts and artifacts, their minds buzzing with questions about the mysterious text they discovered. I can't believe we found it, Lila whispered, her eyes wide as she traced the intricate symbols etched upon the leather-bound tome in front of them. This could change everything. Idris nodded, his fingers gently tracing over the symbols as well. "But what does it all mean?" he asked, worry creeping into his voice. "What will this spirit make us do? How will it affect our lives?" Lila closed her eyes for a moment, her brow furrowed in concentration. "I don't know," she admitted quietly. "But we can't let the headmaster get his hands on this. We need to study it thoroughly before he tries anything." The pair huddled together, poring over the ancient text late into the night. The spirit within Idris grew stronger with each passing day, and they could feel its presence lurking just beyond their consciousness. As dawn broke, Lila stretched her arms above her head, yawning widely. "We should rest," she suggested. "Tomorrow we'll have answers." Idris nodded, glancing down at the text in his hands. "You're right," he agreed. "But I can't shake this feeling that something is watching us." Lila turned to him, her eyes narrowing. "What do you mean?" He hesitated for a moment before speaking up. "I don't know. It's like a presence following us since we found the text. I think it might be connected." Leela frowned, her gaze darting around the chamber as if searching for something unseen. "We should be careful," she warned. "The headmaster will stop at nothing to get this text and control that spirit." Idris nodded solemnly. "You're right," he agreed, tucking the ancient manuscript under his arm. "Let's get some rest. Tomorrow is a new day." As they walked through the labyrinthine corridors of the ancient academy, Leela kept a watchful eye for any signs of danger. The headmaster had shown himself to be cunning and ruthless, and Idris knew all too well that he would stop at nothing to claim the spirit within him. The sun set upon their journey back to their shared quarters, casting long shadows across the towering walls and grand halls. As they entered the courtyard, a sudden gust of wind swept through, sending chills down their spines. Lila froze, her eyes wide with terror as she spun around, searching for the source. "What is it?" Idris whispered, taking a step closer to her side. Lila's gaze darted to the towering statue of a beast in the center of the courtyard. Its stone eyes seemed to glow with an eerie light, and a sense of foreboding filled the air. "I don't know," she breathed. "But we need to tell someone." The two friends hurried through the academy's halls, seeking out the headmaster or any other authority figure who might be able to help. As they entered the grand hall, they found it empty and eerily quiet, save for the distant sound of footsteps echoing from above. "What was that?" Leela asked, her voice barely audible. Idris glanced up at the tallest spire, feeling a chill run down his spine. "I don't know," he admitted. "But we need to find someone who can help us understand this." They rushed towards the grand hall's entrance, intending to seek out the headmaster. But as they reached the doorway, it swung open, revealing the figure of the headmaster himself standing before them. "Ah, our little scholars," he said with a cold smile. "I've been looking for you." Lila stepped forward, her eyes flashing with anger. "What do you want?" she demanded. "Why are you following us?" The headmaster's expression didn't change as he took a step closer to them. "I have my reasons," he said cryptically. "But most importantly, I want that text you found." Idris felt a surge of anger rise within him. "You won't get it," he growled, stepping protectively in front of Lila. "We won't let you take what is rightfully ours." The headmaster chuckled. "Oh, I think that might be up for debate," he said. "But fear not, my dear scholars. I have a proposition for you both." As the headmaster spoke, Lila tensed, her eyes never leaving his. Idris felt a sense of unease building within him, but he refused to show any weakness. "What is it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The headmaster's smile widened. "I will make you an offer," he said. "Give me the text, and in return, I will allow you both to continue your studies here at the academy. No more running, no more fear. Just peace." Leela exchanged a glance with Idris, her eyes filled with determination. "We won't give it up," she said firmly. "We'll find a way to defeat you and change this place for the better." The headmaster's expression hardened. "I admire your spirit," he said coldly, "but it won't save you in the end. You see, I have my own plans for that spirit, and I will stop at nothing to obtain it." As the headmaster turned to leave, Lila stepped forward, her eyes blazing with anger. "You won't get away with this," she shouted. "We'll expose your true intentions. We'll fight you every step of the way." The headmaster turned back to face them, his expression darkening as he took a menacing step closer. "I admire your determination," he growled. "But it won't save you in the end." And with that, he disappeared into the shadows, leaving Idris and Leela alone in the grand hall. They stood there for long moments, their hearts pounding as they struggled to process what had just happened. "We have to find a way to stop him," Idris whispered, his voice filled with determination. "We can't let him take control of that spirit or this academy." Leela nodded, her eyes wide and fierce. "I won't let you face this alone," she said fiercely. "We'll find a way to defeat the headmaster and change this place for good." Together, they left the grand hall and made their way back towards their quarters, their resolve strengthened by their shared determination. As they walked, Idris couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching them from the shadows, following their every move. The labyrinthine scholar, the grand halls of the ancient academy, echoed with a sense of foreboding as Idris and Lila entered, their eyes scanning the towering walls and vast open courtyard. The air was thick with tension, the spirit within Idris growing stronger every day. Whispers echoed through the labyrinthine corridors, hinting at an unknown presence following them. "Idris," Leela whispered, her gaze fixed on the distant tallest spire of the ancient academy. "We need to find answers." "I agree," Idris replied, his voice barely audible. "But we must be careful." Together they ventured deeper into the academy, their hearts pounding with anticipation and fear. Upon entering a dimly lit chamber filled with ancient manuscripts, Idris felt a strange pull towards one particular text bound in leather and adorned with intricate symbols. He reached out, his fingers grazing the cover as if drawn by an unseen force. Lila's eyes widened as she observed her friend. "What is it?" she asked, approaching him cautiously. "I don't know," Idris replied, his gaze locked on the mysterious text. "But I think it might hold the key to understanding this spirit within me." Idris carefully opened the ancient manuscript, revealing pages filled with cryptic texts and diagrams. As he read aloud, Lila watched him, her curiosity piqued. The words seemed to dance around them, illuminating the chamber as if by their own light. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the academy, followed by footsteps approaching rapidly. Idris and Lila exchanged worried glances before darting towards the labyrinthine corridors, the manuscript clutched tightly in Idris' hands. The headmaster appeared at the chamber entrance, a cold smile on his face as he surveyed the empty room. "So," he said, stepping into the chamber, "you found it." Leela emerged from the shadows, standing tall and defiant before him. "We did," she replied, her voice strong and clear. "And we will protect it with our lives." The headmaster's eyes narrowed as he studied Lila, a calculating expression on his face. "You underestimate my power," he said, stepping towards her. "I can take whatever I desire." Idris appeared behind Lila, his eyes blazing with determination. "Not if it's us," he declared, his voice resonating through the chamber. "This spirit is a part of me now. And if you touch it, you will face my wrath." The headmaster chuckled coldly. "I've faced many threats in my time, young one," he said, reaching out to grasp the manuscript from Idris' hands. "And I always come out on top." Before he could act, a bright light erupted around Lila, her energy pulsing through the chamber like a living force. The headmaster stumbled back, his eyes wide with surprise and fear. "Don't test me," Leila warned, her voice echoing through the academy. "I will protect Idris and this spirit, no matter what it takes." The headmaster scowled, retreating slowly as Idris and Lila exchanged triumphant glances. As the headmaster disappeared into the shadows, Idris felt a renewed sense of determination. They had survived another encounter, but he knew that their troubles were far from over. "We must find a way to control this spirit within me," Idris said, clutching the manuscript tightly. "And we must uncover the headmaster's true intentions." Leela nodded resolutely. I will help you in any way I can, she vowed. Together we will change the fate of the ancient academy. As they ventured deeper into the labyrinthine corridors, Idris felt a strange sense of peace wash over him. He knew that whatever lay ahead, he would face it with Lila by his side. Together, they would uncover the secrets of the ancient academy and protect the spirit within him at all costs. The headmaster watched from the shadows, his eyes narrowed in anger and frustration. "Foolish students," he murmured to himself, "you will never escape my grasp." With a determined look on his face, he turned away, disappearing into the dimly lit chamber filled with ancient manuscripts. The ancient text bound in leather still clutched tightly in his hand. He knew that it would be the key to controlling Idris and the spirit within him. And once he had it, there was nothing they could do to stop him. The air was heavy as Idris and Leela entered the grand halls of the ancient academy, their hearts racing from the events that had transpired. The headmaster's manipulations were becoming more apparent, but they knew they couldn't afford to let their guard down. They navigated the labyrinthine corridors, seeking answers in dust-covered manuscripts and artifacts that lined the walls. Their mission was clear: to unravel the secrets hidden within these ancient texts, for they believed it could help them understand the spirit's true power. As they delved deeper into the academy, a sense of unease crept over them. The shadows seemed to stretch longer, and whispers echoed in their minds as if watched by unseen eyes. Lila gripped the ancient manuscript tightly, her gaze never wavering from Idris, who looked equally determined. In the vast open courtyard, they found a towering statue of a beast, its stone body worn with age but still standing proudly amidst the rubble. The spirit within Idris felt a strange connection to it, as if it too held secrets long forgotten by time. "Idris," Leela murmured, her voice barely audible over the wind that rustled through the ancient academy's towering walls. "We must find the chamber atop the spire. I feel drawn to it, and I believe it may hold answers." He nodded, his eyes never leaving the statue's stone gaze. The spirit within him whispered its agreement. Together, they began their ascent towards the top of the academy's tallest spire. The chamber atop the spire was dimly lit, filled with ancient manuscripts and artifacts that seemed to glow in the faint light. As they stepped inside, a sudden gust of wind swept through the room, sending dust flying everywhere. The spirit within Idris felt a surge of energy, as if responding to something within the chamber. "What is this place?" Lila asked, her voice filled with awe and wonder. Idris looked around, his eyes scanning the room for any clues. "I'm not sure," he admitted, "but I feel like it may be significant." Suddenly, they heard footsteps echoing through the corridors, growing louder as they approached the chamber. Idris and Lila exchanged a worried look before taking defensive stances, ready to face whoever entered. The headmaster stepped into the chamber, his eyes glinting with malice as he locked gazes with them. "I knew it," he sneered. "I could sense the energy here, and I followed it. The spirit you've awakened is incredibly powerful, and I will stop at nothing to claim it for myself." Lila stepped forward, her energy crackling around her. "You won't take it from us," she declared defiantly. "We'll fight to protect it." The headmaster sneered, his eyes flickering with a dark power that sent shivers down their spines. "I will give you one chance," he growled. "Hand over the spirit, and I may show you mercy. Refuse, and I will make your death swift and painless." Idris stepped closer to Lila, his eyes never leaving the headmaster's cold gaze. "We won't let you take what isn't yours," he said firmly. "The spirit is a part of me now, and I'll protect it with my life." A tense standoff ensued as they stared each other down, the air crackling with tension. The headmaster snarled before turning on his heel and leaving the chamber, his footsteps echoing through the ancient academy as he disappeared into the labyrinthine corridors. Idris and Layla exchanged a relieved sigh, grateful for their victory, but knowing that it was only temporary. "We must be careful," Leela warned. "He will return with reinforcements, and we won't have a chance to defend ourselves if we don't prepare." Idris nodded, his eyes filled with determination. "We'll find a way to protect the spirit," he said firmly. Together we can change this academy's fate forever. The labyrinthine scholar, in the grand halls of the ancient academy, Idris and Layla walk hand in hand down the long corridors lined with towering statues of beasts. The air is heavy with tension as they discuss their next move against the headmaster's impending return. A faint rustling sound echoes from behind them, making Layla grip Idris' arm tighter. "We need to find a way to stop him," she whispers, eyes darting around nervously. "I won't let him take the spirit or you." Idris nods, his heart racing as he looks towards the chamber where the spirit awakened. The air vibrated with energy, still pulsating from their confrontation with the headmaster. "We have to find answers," Idris replies, pausing before a dimly lit chamber filled with ancient manuscripts and artifacts. "The text we found might hold the key." They enter, illuminating the room with a faint glow from their energy. The air is thick with the scent of parchment and dust, as they sift through countless manuscripts, searching for any mention of the spirit's true nature. Layla scans the pages while Idris studies the illustrations, his mind racing with possibilities. A sudden loud crash from outside startles them both. They exchange worried glances before sprinting towards the exit. The sound grows louder as they race through labyrinthine corridors, their hearts pounding in their chests. As they near the entrance to the grand halls, Idris suddenly stops, his eyes wide with realization. "Leela," he whispers, pointing towards a towering statue of a beast. "I've seen this creature before." The statue resembles the spirit that dwells within him, and something deep within Idris stirs as he gazes upon it. Layla watches as Idris steps closer to the statue, his eyes filled with wonder. She approaches cautiously, her senses on high alert. "What is it?" she asks, barely above a whisper. Idris looks up at her, his eyes shining with determination. "I think this might be the connection we've been looking for." Leela nods and together they venture deeper into the academy, following the trail of the spirit. They pass through vast open courtyards, ascend the tallest spire, and finally reach a chamber at the top. The energy from the spirit surges within Idris as they enter the room, causing the air to crackle with power. "We've found it," Layla whispers in awe, her eyes wide with wonder. "The source of the spirit's power." Idris nods, his focus unwavering. "But we can't let the headmaster find out about this. We need to find a way to control it before he does." As they stand in the chamber atop the spire, looking out over the ancient academy and its towering walls, Idris feels a sense of purpose wash over him. He knows that the fate of the academy rests on his shoulders, and with Layla by his side, he's ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. But little do they know, the headmaster is watching them from afar, plotting his next move to claim the spirit for himself. The power within Idris grows stronger each day, and the headmaster cannot let that go unchecked. He will stop at nothing to obtain it, even if it means destroying everything in his path. In the dimly lit chamber filled with ancient manuscripts and artifacts, Idris' eyes scan the lines of text before him, trying to understand the secrets hidden within. Layla perches nearby, her gaze locked onto the spirit that hums softly in its cage. The air is thick with tension as they wait for any sign of the headmaster or his followers. "What do you make of this?" Idris asks, showing Layla a tattered page from one of the manuscripts. It mentions a powerful spirit that can be summoned by those who possess knowledge and strength. Layla leans in closer to examine the text. "Sounds like what we have here," she says, gesturing towards the cage. "But it also warns about the terrible consequences of summoning such a being." Idris nods in agreement. "We need to be careful. We must control this spirit before the headmaster finds out." His voice trembles with determination. "I won't let him take it from us." Layla's eyes flicker with resolve as she stands up, taking a firm grip on her staff. "Neither will I," she says firmly. "We'll face whatever comes our way together." Suddenly, a low growl echoes through the chamber, making both students jump. They exchange nervous glances before turning back to the spirit, which now seems agitated. Its eyes burn with an eerie light as it struggles against its cage. "What's happening?" Idris whispers, taking a step back. Is it trying to escape? Lila shakes her head, squinting at the spirit. No, it seems angry, or maybe scared. She takes another step towards the cage, her staff poised for defense. Idris, we need to figure out what's causing this. Maybe there's something in these manuscripts that can help us. The two students dive back into their research, poring over ancient texts and scrolls, seeking answers as the spirit's growls grow louder. As they sift through the artifacts, Idris notices a familiar symbol etched into one of the pages, the same symbol that adorned the statue they had seen earlier in the academy. He shares his discovery with Lila, and together they pore over every detail of the symbol, hoping it will provide some insight into the spirit's behavior. As they search for answers, a faint whispering sound begins to fill the chamber. The air grows colder, and Idris feels a sudden chill run down his spine. He looks around, trying to pinpoint the source of the noise, when he notices a faint glowing trail leading away from the spirit's cage towards the entrance. Lila, he whispers urgently, pointing towards the trail. Do you hear that? It sounds like footsteps. Lila stands up, her staff at the ready. I think we should prepare ourselves, she says grimly. Whoever it is, they're coming this way, and I don't think they're here for a friendly visit. The two students brace themselves as they hear the footsteps grow louder, echoing through the labyrinthine corridors of the ancient academy. As they wait, the spirit's growls intensify, its cage shaking with every thud of approaching footsteps. Idris and Layla exchange nervous glances before standing side by side, ready for whatever comes next. The door to the chamber bursts open, and a figure steps into the room, backlit by the light from the corridor beyond. It's the headmaster, his eyes cold and calculating as he takes in the scene before him, Idris, Leela, and the agitated spirit. He smiles thinly, showing no signs of fear or hesitation. Ah, I see you've made some progress, he says, his voice dripping with sarcasm. I knew it wouldn't be long before you uncovered this secret. Idris steps forward, anger surging through him. You stay away from us, he shouts, raising his hand towards the headmaster. We won't let you take the spirit. The headmaster merely laughs. So brave, he says, his voice dripping with contempt. But you too are no match for me. He raises a hand, and a surge of power courses through the chamber, making both students stumble back. The spirit's growls grow louder as it struggles against its cage, sensing the headmaster's presence. Lila steps in front of Idris protectively, her staff poised for battle. Leave us alone, she snarls, glaring at the headmaster. Or you'll regret it. The headmaster merely raises an eyebrow, amused by their defiance. Regret? I doubt that, he says, his voice growing darker. But I suppose we can play this game for a while longer. He extends his hand, and a swarm of shadows erupt from the ground, gathering around him like a cloak. Idris and Lila exchange glances, knowing they must act fast if they want to stand any chance against the headmaster's power. They focus their thoughts on the spirit, trying to calm it down and gain control over its powers. With a surge of willpower, Idris manages to make contact with the spirit, feeling its energy flow through him like liquid fire. The spirit responds, its cage shaking violently as it struggles against the headmaster's shadows. The two students stand their ground, using all their strength and focus to keep the spirit under control. The air grows thick with magic as they fight back against the headmaster's onslaught. For what seems like an eternity, the three of them stand in the chamber, locked in a battle of wills. Idris and Lila strain under the weight of the spirit's power, their bodies trembling with exhaustion. The headmaster laughs cruelly as he continues to push back against their defenses. Suddenly, the spirit breaks free from its cage, sending it crashing to the ground. It towers over Idris and Lila, its eyes burning with a fierce light. The air in the chamber seems to crackle with energy as it looks back and forth between the headmaster and the two students. The headmaster snarls, his shadows swirling around him like tendrils of darkness. You think you can stand against me? He growls, advancing towards the spirit. I have ruled this academy for centuries. and I will not be usurped by mere children. Idris steps forward, standing tall as he gazes at the headmaster. We are not children, he says, his voice steady despite the trembling in his hands. We are the last remnants of humanity, and we won't let you destroy everything we've fought for. The spirit's eyes flicker with understanding as it turns its gaze on the headmaster. A sudden surge of energy erupts from it, sending the headmaster flying backwards. The shadows dissipate around him, leaving him dazed and punting on the ground. Idris looks at Lila, a mix of relief and determination in his eyes. We did it, he whispers, feeling a sense of victory wash over him. But this isn't the end. Lila nods grimly, her grip tightening on her staff. No, it's just the beginning, she says, glancing at the headmaster as he struggles to his feet. We can't let our guard down now. As the spirit calms, Idris and Lila begin to feel its power ebbing away from them. They exchange a worried glance, knowing they need to find a way to keep it under control before it disappears completely. Together, they focus their thoughts on the spirit once more, trying to maintain their connection and prevent it from slipping through their fingers. The headmaster watches them with cold eyes, biding his time as he recovers from the earlier attack. When he sees that the spirit's power is starting to wane, he smirks, knowing that this may be his only chance to regain control. You think you can keep it under your control forever? He sneers, lunging towards Idris and Lila. I have been waiting for a chance like this for centuries, and I will not let it slip through my fingers. Idris and Lila stand their ground, ready to face whatever the headmaster throws at them. Together, they manage to hold on to the spirit's power, feeling its energy flow between them as they battle against the headmaster's dark magic. The air in the chamber crackles with tension as the three of them clash, each determined to come out on top. In the end, it is Idris and Lila who emerge victorious, having managed to keep the spirit under their control. The headmaster lies on the ground, his shadows dissipating around him as he glares up at the two students with hatred burning in his eyes. This isn't over, he hisses, his voice barely a whisper. I will find a way to take back what is mine. Idris and Lila exchange worried glances as the headmaster disappears into the shadows, leaving them alone with the spirit. They know that they have won this battle, but they also understand that there will be more challenges ahead. Together, they vow to face whatever comes their way, knowing that they must continue to fight if they want to survive in this world of monstrous spirits and ancient academies. With the headmaster's defeat, Idris and Lila begin to explore the academy once more, seeking answers about its secrets and uncovering hidden rooms filled with ancient manuscripts and artifacts. Along the way, they learn about powerful spirits that have been tamed by previous students, gaining insights into the academy's history and the true power of the spirit they now control. Through their research, Idris and Lila also discover a hidden chamber deep within the academy, a place where other students have gone before them in search of power and knowledge. Inside, they find a towering statue of a beast, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. The spirit they control seems to recognize it, and Idris feels a sudden surge of understanding as he realizes that the statue is connected to their own spirit. It is the source of its power, a remnant of an ancient civilization that once ruled this world. As they continue to explore the academy, Idris and Lila grow stronger, learning how to better control the spirit within them. They also learn about other students who have gained control over powerful spirits, each with their own unique abilities and strengths. Together, they form alliances and friendships, knowing that they will need each other if they want to survive in this harsh world. But as they grow stronger, they also face new challenges and obstacles. The headmaster is far from defeated, and he continues to plot against them, seeking revenge for his earlier defeat. Other students begin to take notice of their power, some jealous and others fearful, leading to tension and conflict within the academy's walls. Through it all, Idris and Lila remain focused on their goal. They will stop at nothing to uncover the secrets of the ancient academy and protect the spirit that they have grown to care for deeply. They know that the path ahead will be difficult, but they are determined to face whatever comes their way, united in their quest for knowledge and power. As they journey through the labyrinthine corridors of the ancient academy, Idris and Lila grow closer, relying on each other for support and guidance. Together, they face challenges that would be impossible to overcome alone, and together, they discover the true power within themselves and the spirit they control. In the end, it is their friendship and determination that see them through, as they navigate the complex politics and power struggles of the Academy's students, uncovering hidden secrets and forging alliances that will change the course of history. Through it all, they never forget the lessons they have learned along the way about power, responsibility, and the true meaning of friendship. As the sun sets over the ancient academy, Idris and Lila stand atop its tallest spire, gazing out across the landscape below. They have come a long way since their first day at the academy, and they know that there is still much to learn and much to discover. But for now, they are content to rest in the knowledge that they have found something truly precious, each other. And as the twilight fades into darkness, the spirit within them stirs once more, sensing a new challenge on the horizon. Together, Idris and Layla turn towards it, ready to face whatever comes next, united in their quest for knowledge and power. The labyrinthine scholar, in the grand halls of the ancient academy, whispers of a powerful spirit echo through the labyrinthine corridors as Idris and Lila make their way towards the courtyard. They have grown stronger in recent weeks, their bond with the spirit growing ever deeper. The headmaster's manipulations are a constant presence, but they refuse to give in to his control. The vast open courtyard is bustling with students training, discussing, and arguing about various theories and teachings. Idris feels a surge of energy from the spirit within him, sensing its growing power. He looks around, taking in the towering walls and grand halls that surround them. A familiar figure emerges from the shadows, standing atop the tallest spire. Idris, Lila whispers, her gaze fixed on the headmaster as he addresses the students below. I think it's time we make our move. The headmaster finishes his speech, and a murmur sweeps through the crowd. He makes eye contact with Idris and Lila, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Idris clenches his fists, feeling the spirit stir within him. It's time to confront the headmaster once and for all. Let's go, Idris says, leading Lila towards the spire. They ascend the winding staircase, each step bringing them closer to their destiny. The headmaster watches from his perch, waiting for them to reach the top. The chamber atop the spire is dimly lit, filled with ancient manuscripts and artifacts. A towering statue of a beast looms over them, its eyes seeming to follow their every move. Idris approaches the statue, his hand reaching out towards an intriguing text bound in leather, adorned with symbols. He can feel the spirit's energy surging through him, urging him to take hold of the text. As Idris touches the ancient manuscript, a sudden rumble shakes the chamber. The headmaster appears behind them, his eyes glowing with malevolence. I see you've found something interesting, he says, a wicked smile spreading across his face. Lila steps forward, her sword at the ready. Stay away from him. You can't stop me, the headmaster replies, his voice echoing through the chamber. He raises a hand, and a cage materializes around Idris. The spirit within him screams in agony as its energy is locked away, leaving Idris weakened and vulnerable. Lila lunges at the headmaster, but he effortlessly deflects her attacks with an icy smile. You're no match for me, he says, his power growing stronger by the second. Idris struggles against the cage, feeling the spirit's energy surging within him once more. He breaks free, summoning the spirit to aid in their escape. The chamber shakes and crumbles as they fight their way towards the exit, the headmaster close on their heels. As they reach the top of the spire, Idris looks back at the headmaster. We will not let you take control, he says, determination etched into every line of his face. The spirit within him roars in agreement, its power radiating through him like a beacon. With Lila by his side, Idris leaps from the spire, soaring through the air as the headmaster watches, his eyes narrowing with anger and frustration. The wind rushes past them, carrying their cries of defiance to every corner of the ancient academy. As they land safely in the courtyard, Idris turns to Lila, a fierce determination burning within him. "We have to find a way to stop him," he says, his voice steady and resolute. "Together, we can do anything." Lila nods, her gaze focused on the tallest spire where the headmaster still stands, watching their every move. "Then let's show him what we're made of." Idris clung to Lila's arm, his eyes wide with terror as they soared through the air. The wind roared in their ears, drowning out the cries of the spirit within him. He could feel its pain, its rage growing stronger with each passing second, threatening to consume them both. "Hold on tight," Lila shouted, her heart pounding as she steered them towards the courtyard below. "We can't let the headmaster get his hands on that spirit." The ground rushed up to meet them, and they lay landed with a thunderous crash. Idris stumbled, gasping for air, but Lila was already at his side, helping him stand. They glanced towards the tallest spire, where the headmaster stood, watching their every move. "We have to hurry," Idris whispered, his voice shaky. "That manuscript, it's our only hope." Together they sprinted across the courtyard, dodging students who gawked at them in awe and fear. Some cheered, others called out warnings, but they paid no mind. All that mattered was reaching the ancient academy's walls before the headmaster could catch up to them. As they reached the base of the towering structure, Idris felt the spirit within him stir. It craved release, desired freedom, and he knew that if it got loose, it would wreak havoc on the academy and everyone in it. He clenched his fists, digging deep to find some semblance of control. "We can't let it escape," Lila said, her voice low and determined. "It's too dangerous." They ran up the walls, scaling them like a beast as they searched for a way inside. The spirit within Idris growled in frustration, but he held on, focusing on their goal. At last, they reached the top, and Lila led him to a chamber filled with ancient manuscripts and artifacts. "The headmaster's office is nearby," she said, her eyes scanning the room. "We need to find that manuscript." As they searched through dusty pages and tattered relics, Idris felt the spirit growing restless. It strained against his will, its power threatening to burst free. He closed his eyes, focusing on the ancient text he'd seen in their last encounter with the headmaster, the one that had seemed so important. Suddenly, a symbol etched into a page caught his eye. It was the same symbol that had appeared during the spirit's awakening. He grabbed the manuscript and held it tight, feeling the power surging within him. "We need to go," Lila said, her voice urgent. "The headmaster will be here soon." But as they turned to leave, a presence filled the chamber. They spun around, their hearts pounding, only to find themselves face to face with another student. Tall and imposing, she stood with arms crossed, a fierce look in her eyes. "What do you seek here?" she asked, her voice cold and commanding. "I am Seraphina, head of the warrior guild." "We're looking for an ancient text," Idris said, his voice shaking slightly. "It's important." Seraphina raised an eyebrow. "And why should I help you?" Lila stepped forward, her eyes narrowing. "Because we've faced the headmaster together and survived. We know what he wants, and we won't let him get his hands on that text." For a moment, Seraphina seemed to consider their words. Then, with a nod, she turned and headed towards a hidden passageway. "Follow me," she said, her voice tinged with suspicion but also determination. As they followed her through the labyrinthine corridors, Idris could feel the spirit within him growing stronger. It sensed another powerful being, one who might be able to help them. And as they neared the chamber where they'd first encountered the headmaster, he knew that whatever awaited them would change everything. "The headmaster's office is just ahead," Seraphina said, her voice low and warning. "But be prepared for a fight." They crept closer, their hearts pounding. The air was thick with tension, the walls seeming to close in on them. Idris could feel the spirit within him growling, its power threatening to burst free at any moment. He closed his eyes, focusing on the symbol etched into the manuscript, praying that it would guide them through this ordeal. As they reached the chamber, they found the headmaster waiting for them. His eyes were cold and calculating, his gaze fixed on the ancient text in Idris's hand. "So you've come for the text," he said, a cruel smile spreading across his face. "I knew it wouldn't be long before someone tried to steal it from me." Idris stepped forward, clutching the manuscript tight. "We won't let you take it," he said, his voice steady despite the fear that gripped him. The headmaster laughed, a sound like ice cracking. "Then you leave me no choice." He reached for the spirit within Idris, and everything went black. When Idris woke up, he found himself in a cage, his body trembling with exhaustion and pain. Lila stood nearby, her eyes wild with fear as she stared at the headmaster, who stood before them with a triumphant smile on his face. The spirit within him screamed, its power surging through his veins as it fought to break free. Idris clenched his fists, his heart pounding in his chest as he struggled against it. He couldn't let the headmaster take control of the spirit, not if he wanted to save themselves and the academy. "You underestimate my power," the headmaster said, a smug smile on his face. "But I will break you just like I broke your spirit." Lila charged forward, her fists flying, but the headmaster dodged effortlessly, his eyes never leaving Idris. Idris felt the spirit within him grow stronger, its power coursing through his veins as it fought for control. He closed his eyes, focusing on the symbol etched into the manuscript, praying that it would give them a way out of this. As the headmaster lunged at Lila, Idris felt the spirit within him surge forward, breaking free from its chains. It roared in triumph, its power overwhelming everything around them as it took control of Idris's body. The headmaster stumbled back, his eyes wide, with shock and fear as he realized the truth. With a final, desperate effort, Lila reached out to Idris, grabbing onto his arm as the spirit within him fought for control. Together, they broke free from the cage, leaping towards the headmaster with all their might. He tried to defend himself, but he was no match for the combined power of the spirit and their determination. They battled through the grand halls, the air crackling with energy as they fought to protect the manuscript and each other. Students watched in awe and fear, some joining the fight, others fleeing in terror. The headmaster tried to use his powers against them, but the spirit within Idris was too strong, too fierce. Finally, they reached the statue of a beast that stood at the center of the courtyard. With one final push, Lila and Idris managed to knock the headmaster off balance, sending him crashing into the stone statue's pedestal. For a moment, they stood panting, their bodies slick with sweat as they stared down at the headmaster, who lay unconscious on the ground. "We did it," Lila said, her voice shaking slightly. "We saved the academy." But Idris knew that their victory was temporary. The headmaster would regain consciousness, and he would come for them again. They had to find a way to stop him before he could take control of the spirit within Idris and the ancient text. As they stood in the courtyard, surrounded by cheering students, Idris knew that their journey was far from over. The headmaster's power was still a threat, and they had to find a way to stop him before it was too late. But for now, they could celebrate their victory, basking in the glory of their survival against all odds. Together, they would face whatever challenges lay ahead, determined to protect the ancient academy and its secrets. They were the last vestige of humanity, and they would not go quietly into the night. As the sun set on the ancient academy, Idris and Lila stood side by side, watching as the headmaster's body vanished in a burst of light. They knew that their journey was far from over, but for now, they could rest easy knowing that they had won this battle. And as they looked out over the vast open courtyard, they made a vow. They would find a way to stop the headmaster, no matter what it took. Together, they would uncover the secrets of the ancient academy and save humanity from the impending apocalypse. The spirit within Idris roared in agreement, its power surging through his veins as it prepared for the challenges that lay ahead. And so, with determination burning in their hearts, Idris and Lila set off on their next adventure, ready to face whatever dangers awaited them in the labyrinthine halls of the ancient academy. Their journey was far from over, but they were ready for whatever challenges came their way. The headmaster watched from a distance as they disappeared into the darkness, his eyes filled with hatred and anger. He would not rest until he had control of the spirit within Idris and the ancient text that held its power. But for now, they were safe. Or so they thought. The air crackled with tension, the wind carrying whispers of danger on its wings. The headmaster smiled, his eyes gleaming with malice, as he prepared to make his move. Their journey had just begun, and Idris and Lila were about to face their greatest challenge yet. But they would not go down without a fight, united by friendship, determination, and the power of the spirit within them. They stepped into the darkness, ready to face whatever dangers awaited them in the labyrinthine halls of the ancient academy. The labyrinthine scholar. In the dimly lit chamber filled with ancient manuscripts, Idris and Lila search for answers, their fingers brushing against tattered pages and intricate symbols etched into parchment. The air is thick with anticipation as they feel a growing presence following them. "Do you think the headmaster will return?" Lila whispers, her eyes scanning the rows of manuscripts and scrolls. "We must find that ancient text before he does," Idris murmurs back, flipping through a weathered book. "It's our only hope." As they delve deeper into the chamber, they come across an intriguing text bound in leather, adorned with symbols and runes. Lila picks it up cautiously, her heart pounding in anticipation. "This could be it," she says, holding the book close to her chest. "But we must be careful." They decide to take a moment to study the text before reading it aloud, wanting to ensure they understand its contents thoroughly. As they prepare themselves, Idris feels an ominous presence growing stronger around them. He glances at Lila, who seems oblivious to his concern as she begins to read the text. As Lila recites the words of the ancient text, a sudden surge of energy fills the chamber, and the spirit within Idris grows stronger. The walls shake, and the manuscripts lining them tremble as if in fear. "What's happening?" Lila shouts over the commotion. Idris clutches his head, feeling a torrent of memories flood his mind. He sees visions of battles fought long ago, of a time when humanity was at war with monstrous spirits like the one within him. He feels the weight of power and responsibility crash down upon him, and he knows that this ancient text has changed him forever. The ground beneath them shudders, and they hear a distant raw echo through the academy's walls. Lila looks around frantically for an escape as the chamber begins to crumble around them. "Idris, we have to go," she yells, grabbing his arm and pulling him towards a hidden passageway. They run blindly, the spirit within Idris growing stronger with each passing moment. As they reach the top of the tallest spire, they see a towering statue of a beast in the courtyard below. The beast opens its eyes, and Lila gasps as she realizes that it is their spirit, now fully awakened. "We did it," she whispers, tears streaming down her face. "But what does this mean for us?" Idris looks at her, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear and determination. "We'll find out together." As they stand at the top of the tallest spire, gazing upon the vast open courtyard below, they know that their journey has only just begun. The headmaster will not rest until he claims the spirit within Idris, and they must be ready to face him again. But for now, they will celebrate their victory and prepare themselves for whatever comes next. Idris walked alongside Lila in the grand halls of the ancient academy, a sense of urgency weighing on him as they hurried through the towering walls and labyrinthine corridors. In his pocket, he clutched the ancient text bound in leather, adorned with intricate symbols. He knew the headmaster would return, and with it, danger lurked around every corner. "Idris," Lila called out, breaking him from his thoughts. "We should discuss what we found in that chamber atop the spire." She gestured towards the towering statue of a beast that stood proudly in the vast open courtyard. The spirit's presence followed them like a shadow, and Idris could feel it grow stronger as they approached. It was a strange sensation, one he struggled to comprehend. He knew this spirit was connected to him, but he didn't quite understand why or how. "We must learn more about the spirit," Idris said, "but we can't let our guard down." Lila nodded in agreement, her eyes never leaving the statue as they walked past it. In the distance, a hidden passageway beckoned them, leading deeper into the ancient academy. The pair entered the chamber filled with ancient manuscripts and artifacts, dimly lit by flickering torches on the walls. Lila picked up a tattered page from a manuscript, examining it closely before handing it to Idris. "Look at this," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "This symbol etched into the page. I've seen it before." Idris examined the symbol, his eyes widening in recognition. It was one of the symbols adorning the ancient text he carried in his pocket. He felt a chill run down his spine as he realized they were getting closer to understanding the spirit and its origins. "We should share this discovery with Serafina," Idris said. "She'll know what this means." Leela nodded, her determination set. Together they left the chamber, making their way towards the grand hall's entrance where Serafina awaited them. As they exited the dimly lit chamber, a sense of unease washed over Idris, and he couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. They found Serafina in the courtyard, standing near the towering statue of a beast. She turned as they approached, her eyes widening at the sight of the tattered page Lila held out to her. "This is incredible," she said, taking the page from Lila's hand and examining it closely. "This symbol, it represents one of the most powerful spirits in the Academy's history." Idris felt his heart race as Serafina continued speaking, revealing details about the spirit's past battles and feats. He could feel the weight of responsibility growing heavier on his shoulders as he realized just how much power this spirit held. "We must be careful," Serafina warned, her voice serious. "The headmaster will do anything to get his hands on this spirit." Idris nodded, a new sense of determination coursing through him. They would need to be vigilant and prepared for the headmaster's return. As they made their way back towards their quarters, Idris couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. He knew their journey was only beginning, and they would have to face many challenges ahead. As night fell upon the ancient academy, Idris lay awake in his bed, unable to sleep as he pondered everything they had learned. The spirit within him stirred, its presence growing stronger with every passing moment. He knew that soon they would have to confront the headmaster once again. But for now, they needed to prepare. They needed to learn more about this ancient spirit and the power it held, and most importantly, they needed to protect themselves from the headmaster's manipulations. As Idris closed his eyes, he could feel the spirit's presence growing stronger, guiding him towards a future filled with danger and uncertainty. But he knew that together with Lila and Serafina, they would face whatever challenges came their way. The next day dawned bright and clear, and the trio gathered in the chamber atop the spire to study the ancient manuscripts they had found. Idris felt the spirit's presence grow stronger as they delved deeper into the texts, learning more about its history and capabilities. But as they studied, a sense of foreboding grew within Idris. He knew that the headmaster was watching them, waiting for an opportunity to strike. And with every passing moment, he felt himself being pulled further into the world of the spirit, his mind and body changing in ways he couldn't comprehend. As they left the chamber atop the spire, Idris could feel the weight of responsibility growing heavier on his shoulders. He knew that their journey was far from over, and that they would have to face many challenges ahead. But he also knew that with Lila and Serafina by his side, he would be able to confront whatever lay before them. And as they walked back towards their quarters, Idris couldn't help but wonder what the future held for him and his friends. He knew that the road ahead would be fraught with danger, but he also knew that they were stronger together than they ever could have been apart. As the sun set upon the ancient academy, Idris felt a sense of peace wash over him. He knew that whatever lay before them, they would face it together. And as the spirit within him grew stronger, he couldn't help but feel a newfound confidence in their ability to overcome anything that came their way. The labyrinth's struggles accept his new role in Tafel of becoming two-ping control, wants to understand more about the ancient's origins and secrets, becomes the headmaster's intention, develops some navigate his new reality, Lila to help Idris control, investigator always on the lookout and secrets, from Suprit Idris from the comes increasing about the growing power within Idris headmaster. Charismative, manipulates students, shows signs of being's pursuit of the ancient text, the sprintation or threatened with the murmur of scholars, as they study ancient manuscripts. Idris and Layla walk through the vast open courtyard, their eyes scanning the towering walls for any sign of the headmaster's return. As they approach a dimly lit chamber filled with ancient manuscripts, they exchange anxious glances. "This is it," whispers Leela, her voice barely audible over the wind. "The text that might hold the answers we seek." Idris nods, his heart racing as he pushes open the door. Inside, they find themselves surrounded by tattered pages and scrolls, their words faded but still holding the weight of centuries. The air is heavy with anticipation, the atmosphere charged with potential revelations. As Idris reaches out to touch one of the manuscripts, a symbol etched into a page catches his eye. It's the same symbol they found on the tattered manuscript in their possession. Suddenly, the chamber feels smaller, the walls closing in around them. "We have to find that spirit," Idris says, his voice trembling slightly, "the one who can help us control this power within me." Leela nods, her determination unwavering. "We'll find it together, but we need to be careful." The headmaster is always watching. As they exit the chamber, Idris feels a presence following them. He turns to look but sees nothing, only the towering statue of a beast watching over the academy. His heart races as he wonders if the spirit has finally revealed itself, or if it's just his imagination playing tricks on him. Inside the grand halls, they find themselves surrounded by students and scholars alike, all engaged in their studies. Idris scans the crowd for any sign of the headmaster, but comes up empty-handed. He can't shake the feeling that he's being watched, a chill running down his spine as he realizes just how far the headmaster will go to obtain the ancient text and control the spirit within him. Later that night, Idris finds himself alone in his quarters, the weight of responsibility bearing down on him. He opens the ancient text, the symbols etched into its leather-bound pages glinting in the dim light. As he studies the words, he feels a strange energy coursing through him, the spirit within him stirring to life. Idris' vision blurs as the power surges through him, his muscles tense and straining beneath his skin. He stumbles forward, the ancient text slipping from his grasp. The room spins around him, the walls closing in until he collapses onto the floor, panting for breath. Lala rushes into the room, her eyes wide with concern. "Idris, what happened?" she cries as she kneels beside him. "The spirit, it's growing stronger," Idris manages to say between gasps for air. "I think it's trying to take control." Layla reaches out, her hand trembling as she takes Idris's arm. "We have to find a way to control it before the headmaster does," she says, determination etched into every line of her face. As they leave the room, Idris feels a sense of dread settle over him. He knows that their time is running out, and the stakes are higher than ever. The headmaster will stop at nothing to obtain the ancient text and control the spirit within Idris, and Idris is terrified of what that could mean for both himself and Lila. The following day, they make their way through the labyrinthine corridors, searching for any sign of the spirit they seek. As they round a corner, they find themselves face to face with a group of students who are clearly under the headmaster's control. "Hand over that text," one of them snarls, his eyes glowing ominously. The headmaster wants it. Idris and Lila exchange a glance, their hearts pounding in their chests. They know they can't let the headmaster get his hands on the ancient text, not if they want to keep the spirit within Idris under control. "We won't give up our research without a fight," Lila says, her voice steady despite her fear. The students advance on them, their eyes filled with anger and hatred. Idris and Lila stand their ground, knowing that they have no choice but to defend themselves if they want to survive. As the battle begins, they realize that they may never escape the ancient academy alive. But they'll fight for as long as it takes to keep the spirit within Idris safe. As the sun sets over the academy, Idris and Lila find themselves in a hidden passageway, their bodies bruised and battered from the fight. They lean against the cold stone walls, panting for breath as they catch their second wind. "We did it," Idris says softly, his voice filled with disbelief. "But we can't stop now." Lila nods, her eyes shining in the dim light. "No, we can't," she agrees, "but we have to be careful. The headmaster will be back, and he won't give up until he gets what he wants." Idris nods, his thoughts racing as he considers their next move. He knows they need to find the spirit that will help them control the one within him, but he also knows that the headmaster is always watching. As they make their way through the passageway, Idris can't shake the feeling that danger lurks around every corner. Their journey takes them to the tallest spire of the ancient academy, where they find a chamber atop the spire filled with ancient manuscripts and artifacts. They enter cautiously, their eyes scanning the room for any sign of the spirit they seek. In the center of the chamber stands a towering statue of a beast, its eyes glowing ominously in the dim light. Idris feels a strange connection to the statue, his heart racing as he approaches it. He reaches out, his fingers brushing against the cold stone as he whispers a prayer to the spirit within him. Suddenly the chamber fills with a powerful energy, the air crackling around them. The statue's eyes glow brighter, and Idris feels the presence of the spirit within him grow stronger. He closes his eyes, feeling the power coursing through him as he whispers a single word, "Help." When he opens his eyes, he finds himself standing in front of a chamber atop the spire, the walls adorned with ancient symbols and artifacts. The spirit has led them to this place, and Idris can feel its power coursing through him as he takes a deep breath. "We did it," Lila says softly, her voice filled with awe. "The spirit is here." Idris nods, his eyes shining with determination. "But we have to be careful. The headmaster will stop at nothing to get what he wants." As they make their way through the chamber, Idris feels the weight of responsibility bearing down on him. He knows that he has a choice to make: give in to the power within him and become a beast, or fight to control it and stay human. But he also knows that the headmaster will stop at nothing to claim the spirit for himself, and he's not sure if he can trust anyone else to help him. As they exit the chamber, Idris feels a sense of calm settle over him. He knows that the journey ahead won't be easy, but he also knows that he has Layla by his side. Together, they'll face whatever comes their way and fight for what they believe in. And if that means standing up to the headmaster, then so be it. But as they make their way back through the labyrinthine corridors of the ancient academy, Idris can't shake the feeling that danger lurks around every corner. The headmaster is out there, waiting for them, and Idris knows that he won't give up until he gets what he wants. And if that means sacrificing everything, then so be it. But for now, Idris and Leela continue their search for answers, driven by a determination to survive and protect the spirit within Idris. They know that they have a long road ahead of them, but they also know that they won't back down from a fight. No matter what comes their way, they'll face it head-on and fight for what they believe in. Their journey takes them to places they never thought possible, challenging their beliefs and pushing them to their limits. But through it all, Idris and Lila remain steadfast, determined to uncover the secrets of the ancient academy and protect the spirit within Idris from those who would seek to control it. Idris and Lila found themselves in the dimly lit chamber filled with ancient manuscripts, scrolls, and tattered pages strewn about. The air was thick with the scent of dust and parchment, as if 1,000 years' worth of knowledge lay before them. Idris' heart pounded in his chest, for he knew that the answers they sought were hidden within these worn volumes. The chamber's walls were lined with intricate symbols etched into the stone, their meaning lost to time but not forgotten by Idris. He ran his fingers over one symbol, feeling the cold stone beneath his touch. The symbol was familiar. It matched those found on the pages they had discovered in their journey thus far. Lila, ever vigilant, scanned the chamber's entrance and surrounding corridors. "We should be careful," she whispered, her eyes never leaving the passageway. "I sense something." I can't put my finger on it. Idris nodded, his gaze focused on the symbols before him. He had been so engrossed in their research that he almost missed it at first. A faint sound of footsteps echoing through the labyrinthine corridors of the ancient academy. "I think we have company," Idris said, his voice barely above a whisper. "We need to be ready." In the chamber atop the spire, the spirit that dwelled within Idris stirred, sensing the presence of another being. Its form shifted and grew, taking on a more solid shape as it prepared for the confrontation ahead. The footsteps grew louder, and soon the headmaster stood in the chamber's entrance, his cold eyes fixed upon them. "I have been looking for you," he said, his voice dripping with malice. "You have taken something that belongs to me." Layla raised her staff, ready to defend herself and Idris against the headmaster. "We will not give it up easily," she warned. "Your defiance is futile," the headmaster sneered. "I will take what is mine, no matter the cost." He stepped forward, his robes swirling around him like a dark shroud. Idris felt the spirit's presence within him grow stronger, its power surging through his veins. As he looked into the headmaster's eyes, he knew that he would not be taken without a fight. The battle raged on, with Idris and Layla fending off the headmaster's attacks while trying to protect the spirit within Idris. The chamber shook with each blow exchanged, dust falling from the ceiling as they fought for their lives. In the midst of the chaos, Idris felt a presence behind him, Seraphina. She had come to help them, her sword glinting in the dim light as she hacked and slashed at the headmaster's minions. The battle reached its climax when Idris called upon the spirit's power, his body transforming into a monstrous form that towered over the headmaster. The air around them crackled with electricity, and the very walls of the chamber seemed to shake under the force of Idris' newfound power. The headmaster recoiled, his eyes wide with fear as he realized the extent of Idris' transformation. "No, this cannot be," he stammered, but it was too late. Layla and Seraphina fought off the remaining minions, their determination never wavering as they protected their friends. The headmaster retreated, his plans thwarted for now, but Idris knew that this was far from over. In the aftermath of the battle, Idris found himself standing in the chamber atop the spire, surrounded by the remnants of the fight. The spirit within him calmed, its power fading as he regained control. He looked out over the vast open courtyard below and knew that they had won this round, but the headmaster would return. "We need to leave," Leela said, her voice filled with urgency. "The headmaster will regroup and come back stronger than ever." Idris nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of dread settle over him. The fight was far from over, and they had much to do before they could truly claim victory. As they descended the tallest spire, Idris couldn't shake the feeling that their journey was only beginning. The headmaster would not be deterred so easily, and he knew that they would have to be ready for whatever came next. But they were no longer alone. Layla and Seraphina stood by his side, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Their alliance was stronger than ever, and together they would continue their search for answers while keeping one step ahead of the headmaster's grasp. The ancient text and the spirit within Idris were powerful tools in their arsenal, but they knew that they would have to be careful if they wanted to survive. Their journey was far from over, but Idris felt a sense of determination fill him as he looked out over the academy's towering walls. They had come so far, and he knew that they would continue to push forward until they uncovered the secrets hidden within those ancient manuscripts. No matter what challenges lay ahead, they would face them together. The headmaster's return loomed on the horizon, but Idris and his allies were ready for whatever came next. Together, they would navigate the labyrinthine corridors of the academy, uncovering secrets and facing dangers as they sought to protect their newfound power from those who wished to seize it for their own nefarious purposes. Their story was far from over, but Idris knew that they were destined for greatness, and with Layla and Seraphina by his side, he felt a sense of hope that had been missing before, the knowledge that they could face whatever challenges came next together. As the sun set over the ancient academy, casting long shadows across its towering walls and grand halls. Idris knew that their journey was far from over. But with each step forward, he felt a sense of purpose growing within him, a determination to uncover the secrets hidden within those ancient manuscripts and protect the spirit within him at all costs. The labyrinthine scholar Idris, Layla, and Seraphina entered the grand halls of the ancient academy. Weary from their journey through the labyrinthine corridors, they walked past towering statues of beasts that seemed to watch them with silent judgment. The dimly lit chamber filled with ancient manuscripts and artifacts lay before them, its entrance guarded by a cage containing a spirit. Idris approached cautiously, his heart pounding with anticipation. "The spirit we seek," he murmured, studying the creature's swirling energy. He reached out tentatively, feeling the connection between them grow stronger. Layla gripped her sword tightly, eyeing the students gathered around the chamber's entrance. "Be careful, Idris," she warned, her voice barely above a whisper. "We cannot trust anyone here." The spirit within Idris stirred, responding to his touch. He closed his eyes and focused, feeling its power coursing through him. It was unlike anything he had ever experienced before, overwhelming yet exhilarating. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed throughout the grand halls as the cage shattered, sending the spirit flying toward them. Idris reacted instinctively, summoning a shield of energy that deflected the spirit back into its cage. A voice boomed from behind them. "Enough games. Give me what I want." The headmaster strode into the chamber, flanked by a group of students under his control. Idris stepped forward, his eyes narrowing as he locked gazes with the headmaster. "You will not take the spirit from me," he declared, determination etched onto his face. The headmaster laughed coldly. "I have waited for this moment for a long time, scholar. You cannot hide forever." He raised his hand, and the students surged forward, weapons at the ready. Layla stood beside Idris, her sword glowing with an eerie light. "We will not let you take it," she said firmly. "This spirit is ours to protect." The battle was fierce, as Idris and Layla fought against the headmaster's forces. They dodged blows and fired spells, their movements fluid and precise. The spirit within Idris grew stronger with each passing moment, giving him newfound power that he channeled into his attacks. Seraphina watched from a distance, her eyes filled with concern. She knew the danger they faced but held back, knowing that this was a battle Idris and Layla had to fight on their own. As the headmaster's students fell one by one, she could see the exhaustion in their faces. Finally, the headmaster lunged at Idris with a fierce roar, striking him with a powerful blow that sent him stumbling back. Layla rushed forward to defend her friend, but the headmaster turned his attention to her instead. Idris struggled to stand, his vision blurry. He could feel the spirit within him growing weaker, and he knew he had to act fast. Gathering what remaining strength he had, he summoned a powerful blast of energy that sent the headmaster flying backward. The headmaster landed hard, winded but not defeated. "You think you can defeat me?" he sneered, rising to his feet with a snarl. "I will have the spirit, and I will rule this academy." Idris' eyes flashed with determination as he summoned all of the spirit's power into one final attack. He hurled it at the headmaster with every ounce of strength left in him, sending the headmaster flying through the air and crashing into a towering statue of a beast. The chamber fell silent for a moment before erupting into cheers as Idris and Layla stood victorious. The spirit within Idris began to fade, leaving him drained but alive. "We did it," Layla breathed, relief washing over her face. "But we cannot stay here." Idris nodded weakly, knowing that they had to escape before the headmaster recovered and came after them again. Together, they made their way through the hidden passageways of the academy, determined to find a safe place where they could regroup and plan their next move. As they fled deeper into the labyrinthine corridors, Idris couldn't shake the feeling that this was far from over. The headmaster would not give up so easily, and he knew that they were running out of time. They needed answers and fast. The spirit within him was fading, but it left one final gift, A vision of an ancient text bound in leather and adorned with intricate symbols hidden deep within the academy. Idris clung to that image as they ran, knowing that it was their only hope for survival. As they ventured deeper into the academy, they encountered students who were willing to help them find the text. With each step, they grew stronger, their resolve unwavering. They knew that the headmaster would stop at nothing to claim the spirit within Idris, but they also knew that they couldn't let him win. In the dimly lit chamber filled with ancient manuscripts, Idris' eyes scanned each parchment meticulously as he sought knowledge that could help him harness the spirit within him. Layla leaned against a nearby wall, her gaze fixed on Idris, who seemed lost in thought. "Find anything useful yet?" she asked, breaking the silence of the chamber. Idris shook his head. "No, but there are countless manuscripts here. It's going to take time." He pointed at a particular parchment. "This one seems different, though." Layla approached and peered over Idris' shoulder. The manuscript was bound in leather and adorned with intricate symbols that seemed to dance in the flickering candlelight. "What is it?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Idris traced his fingers along a symbol etched into the page. "I think it might be an ancient text." Suddenly, the chamber walls trembled, and a low rumble echoed through the halls. Layla's eyes widened in fear as she gripped Idris' arm. "What was that?" she whispered. "I don't know," replied Idris, his grip tightening around the manuscript he held. "But we should find out." The two students exited the chamber and made their way towards the grand halls, their steps echoing through the vast open courtyard as they approached the towering walls of the ancient academy. The rumbling seemed to grow louder with each passing second, causing them to quicken their pace. As they entered the grand halls, they noticed a statue of a beast atop a pedestal, its eyes glowing ominously in the dim light. The ground shook beneath them as the rumbling grew louder, and a presence seemed to follow them through the labyrinthine corridors. "We need to find Serafina," Leela said urgently. "She might know what's going on." The labyrinthine scholar, the sun set, casting long shadows across the ancient academy's towering walls. Idris, Leela, and Serafina stood atop the tallest spire, their breath misting in the cold air. The city below bustled with activity, but they were far removed from it all, ensconced within the hidden chamber atop the spire. Inside the dimly lit chamber filled with ancient manuscripts and artifacts, Idris carefully studied a particular parchment he'd found. It was an ancient text bound in leather and adorned with intricate symbols, a rare find indeed. As he traced his fingers over the words, the parchment crackled slightly, releasing a faint aroma of aged ink. "What do you make of it?" Leela asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Idris squinted at the text, his eyes scanning the lines quickly. "It speaks of another spirit, one far more powerful than the one we've awakened." Looked up from the parchment and met Lila's gaze. If this is true, it could change everything. Just then, a soft rustle from nearby. Idris and Layla exchanged glances as they sensed the presence of another being in the chamber. The spirit within Idris stirred restlessly, its power surging through his veins. "What was that?" Serafina whispered, her eyes wide with fear. Idris stood tall, his newfound strength coursing through him. "Stay calm," he said, his voice steady despite the tremble in his hands. "We can handle whatever is out there." Layla nodded, drawing her weapon and stepping protectively in front of Idris. The spirit within him roared in response, its power surging to the surface. With a loud crash, the hidden passageway behind them burst open, revealing a group of students led by the headmaster himself. Idris' heart raced as he faced the man who had haunted his every move since they arrived at the academy. The headmaster's eyes flicked towards the spirit within Idris, greed gleaming in their depths. The dimly lit chamber filled with ancient manuscripts hummed with an energy unlike any other. Idris stood before a towering statue of a beast, its eyes gleaming under the faint candlelight. The spirit within him stirred, sensing something powerful in the room. Layla approached cautiously, her gaze fixed on the figure that had followed them since their last encounter with the headmaster. "It's strange," she said, There seems to be a connection between this ancient text and the spirit inside of you. She held up the leather-bound manuscript adorned with intricate symbols. I wonder if it could reveal more about what we are dealing with. Idris felt the spirit within him grow restless, as if sensing the power locked away in the text. He closed his eyes and focused on calming it, but the sensation only grew stronger. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed through the chamber as the walls around them began to shift, revealing a hidden passageway. "Come," Idris said, "we should follow this." As they ventured deeper into the labyrinthine corridors of the ancient academy, the spirit within him continued to grow in power. His senses heightened, and he could feel the presence of other spirits lurking nearby, watching them with curiosity or malice. Idris knew that their discovery would not go unnoticed for long. They emerged into a vast open courtyard where students practiced taming various spirits under the watchful eyes of their instructors. The air was thick with anticipation and tension as rumors circulated about the mysterious text that Idris and Lila had discovered. Whispers echoed around them, some filled with awe, while others spoke of fear. "What do you think they'll do when they find out we have it?" Leela asked nervously, her eyes scanning the crowd for any signs of danger. Idris sighed. "I don't know. But I'm afraid that the headmaster will stop at nothing to get his hands on it." They decided to return to their quarters and study the text further, hoping to uncover more about its secrets. As they entered their room, they found a letter waiting for them. It was from Serafina, warning them of the headmaster's impending return and urging them to be careful. The spirit within Idris stirred once again, sensing danger in the air. As the day turned into night, Idris couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. He paced around their quarters, trying to focus on understanding the ancient text, but the spirit within him demanded attention. It seemed to grow stronger with each passing moment, its presence growing more insistent. Finally, unable to concentrate any longer, Idris decided to take a walk through the towering walls and grand halls of the ancient academy. The cool night air invigorated him, and he felt the spirit within him calm slightly. As he wandered deeper into the academy, he stumbled upon a chamber filled with ancient manuscripts and artifacts. The chamber was dimly lit, but Idris could see that it contained countless manuscripts, scrolls, and tattered pages strewn across the floor. Intrigued, he approached one particular parchment and began to read. As he did, he felt a sudden surge of energy course through him, and the spirit within him roared in triumph. Idris knew then that they had stumbled upon something truly extraordinary, another spirit, one far more powerful than the one they had awakened. He quickly shared the discovery with Lila, and together they decided to study it further, hoping to unlock its secrets and harness its power. But as they delved deeper into the mysteries of the ancient text, they realized that they were not the only ones interested in its power. The headmaster had learned of their discovery and would stop at nothing to claim it for himself. Idris knew that a confrontation was inevitable, but he also understood that if they could control this new spirit, they could change the course of history within the academy. As the days passed, they continued to study the ancient text, and the spirit bound within it, growing stronger with each passing day. But they couldn't shake the feeling that time was running out, that the headmaster would soon return to claim what was rightfully theirs. And as the spirit grew in power, so too did Idris' fears of what it might cost him if he were to fully embrace his newfound abilities. The confrontation between Idris and the headmaster seemed imminent, but they were determined to be prepared for whatever lay ahead. They continued their studies, honing their skills in taming spirits, while also trying to uncover the secrets of the academy's past. The spirit within him grew stronger each day, and Idris knew that they were on the brink of something truly extraordinary or something truly dangerous. And so, as the days turned into weeks, Idris and Lila prepared for the inevitable battle against the headmaster, knowing that their lives and the fate of the ancient academy depended on it. They would have to rely on their wits, their courage, and the power within them if they hoped to survive this impending confrontation. The spirit within Idris roared in anticipation, sensing the danger that lay ahead. He knew that they were standing on the precipice of something momentous, something that would change the course of history within the academy forever. And as he stood tall among the towering walls and grand halls, Idris felt a surge of determination wash over him. The labyrinthine scholar, the dimly lit chamber filled with ancient manuscripts and artifacts echoed with whispers, as if the very walls held secrets long forgotten. Idris and Lila stood amidst countless manuscripts, their eyes scanning each parchment for any clue to the power hidden within the academy's walls. "It's here," Lila whispered, her voice barely audible over the rustling of the tattered pages surrounding them. She held a leather-bound manuscript adorned with intricate symbols, her fingers tracing the edges of the book as she read aloud. Idris approached her, his eyes fixed on the ancient text bound in leather and etched with runes that seemed to glow beneath the dim light. "What does it say?" he asked, his voice tinged with anticipation. Lila paused, her gaze meeting his. "It speaks of a spirit far greater than the one we've awakened," she said solemnly. "This text could give us the power to protect ourselves against any threats that may come our way." Idris' heart raced as he took the manuscript from Lila, his fingers tracing over the symbols. He felt a sudden surge of energy coursing through him, an echo of the spirit within him awakening in response to the ancient text. Suddenly the sound of footsteps echoed through the chamber, growing louder with each passing moment. Idris and Lila exchanged a quick glance, their eyes wide with fear. The headmaster's return was imminent, and they knew they had to hide the text before he discovered it. Idris quickly shoved the ancient manuscript into his satchel, while Lila frantically gathered tattered pages from the floor, creating a makeshift distraction. As the footsteps drew closer, they scurried towards a hidden passageway concealed within the chamber's walls. The headmaster entered the room, his eyes scanning every inch of the dimly lit chamber filled with ancient manuscripts and artifacts. His gaze fell upon the scattered, tattered pages and scrolls, a knowing smile crossing his face. "Ah, I see our little scholars have been exploring," he said, his voice cold and calculating. Idris and Lila exchanged another glance, their eyes filled with determination. They knew they couldn't outrun the headmaster forever. As the headmaster approached them, they braced themselves for what was to come, ready to defend themselves against the man who sought to control the power hidden within the ancient text and within Idris himself. The confrontation between the trio was heated, as each side tried to outmaneuver the other. Lila fought with fury, her claws tearing through the air as she defended herself against the headmaster's attacks. Idris, however, found his powers growing stronger by the second, an echo of the spirit within him responding to the ancient text he had hidden. As the battle raged on, Idris felt a sudden surge of power coursing through him, his eyes glowing with an ethereal light. He knew that the time had come, it was now or never. With a roar, he charged at the headmaster, the spirit within him taking control as he unleashed a torrent of energy towards his enemy. The headmaster staggered back, his eyes widening with fear as he watched Idris' transformation. But it was too late. The ancient text had given Idris the power to fight against the headmaster and protect himself and Lila from harm. As they stood victorious in the chamber filled with ancient manuscripts and artifacts, Idris and Lila knew that their journey was far from over. The spirit within him continued to grow stronger each day, sensing new dangers on the horizon, as they stood on the precipice of a momentous event that would change the course of history within the academy forever. The dimly lit chamber filled with ancient manuscripts echoed with whispers of long-forgotten knowledge. Idris' fingers traced over a leather-bound book etched with runes, his heart pounding in anticipation. Lila stood nearby, her sword at the ready. The air crackled with tension as they braced themselves for what they were about to discover. "Idris," Lila whispered, "we need to be careful. I don't trust the headmaster, and I have a feeling he'll be back." Idris nodded, his eyes never leaving the text before him. He felt an inexplicable pull towards the mysterious book, as if it was meant for him alone. As they delved deeper into the manuscript, Idris began to feel strange sensations coursing through his veins. His vision blurred, and he stumbled backwards, clutching at Lila's arm for support. The room spun around him, and he could feel a powerful energy building within him. "Idris," Lila shouted, her voice echoing off the towering walls of the academy. "What's happening to you?" He looked up, his eyes wide with fear and wonder. I think I've awakened something," he murmured, struggling to catch his breath. The air around them shimmered, and a spirit manifested before them, a magnificent beast that towered over the two students. Its eyes burned with an ethereal light, and its body rippled with power. Lila gasped in awe as she realized what Idris had done. "We need to get out of here," she said, grabbing Idris' arm. "The headmaster will be back soon, and he won't let us leave with this." Idris nodded, his body trembling with the force of the spirit inside him. Together, they made their way through the labyrinthine corridors of the ancient academy, evading patrols of students under the headmaster's control and leaving a trail of chaos in their wake. As they neared their quarters, Idris felt the presence following them. He turned to Lila, his eyes filled with determination. "We can't outrun them forever," he said. "We need to find a way to control this spirit, or it will consume us." Lila nodded grimly. "We'll find a solution," she promised, her sword at the ready as they entered their quarters and closed the door behind them. "But first, we need some rest." Idris collapsed onto his bed, his body racked with exhaustion. The spirit within him was growing stronger by the moment, and he could feel it clawing its way to the surface. He closed his eyes, praying for answers and guidance as sleep claimed him. In a hidden chamber deep within the academy's walls, the headmaster watched Idris' every move with cold precision. He knew that the spirit they had awakened held immense power, and he would stop at nothing to claim it for himself. As he plotted their downfall, his eyes narrowed in determination, a wicked smile spreading across his face. The end of the day found Idris and Lila huddled together in their quarters, discussing their plan of action. They had spent the past few days researching ancient texts and consulting with fellow students, but they were no closer to finding a way to control the spirit within Idris. The headmaster's return was inevitable, and they needed a solution before it was too late. "We need to find someone who can help us," Lila said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Someone who knows more about these spirits than we do." Idris nodded in agreement. "I have an idea," he murmured, his eyes shining with determination. "There's an ancient text I found earlier that might hold the answer. It's hidden in one of the chambers atop the tallest spire." Lila frowned. "Are you sure we should risk going there? The headmaster could be waiting for us, and we don't know what other dangers lie ahead." Idris hesitated, his eyes flickering between Lila and the door of their quarters. He knew she was right, their journey would be treacherous, and they could not afford to make a mistake. But he also knew that if they didn't find the answers they needed, it wouldn't just be their lives at stake, but the fate of the academy as well. "We can't sit here and wait for him to come," Idris said, his voice steady despite the fear that gnawed at his heart. "We need to take control of our own destinies." Lila nodded, her resolve hardening. Together, they made their way through the towering walls and grand halls of the ancient academy, heading towards the tallest spire. As they climbed higher and higher, the wind howled around them, and shadows danced at the edges of their vision. They knew that whatever lay at the top would change their lives forever, for better or for worse. The chamber atop the spire was a vast open space, filled with ancient manuscripts and artifacts. The air hung heavy with history, and the scent of parchment filled their nostrils. In the center of the room stood a towering statue of a beast, its eyes burning with an ethereal light that seemed to pierce the very soul. Idris approached the statue cautiously, his heart pounding in his chest. He reached out, tracing his fingers over the intricate symbols etched into the stone, and felt a surge of energy course through him. His vision blurred, and he collapsed to his knees, gasping for air as the spirit within him roared to life. Lila rushed to his side, her eyes wide with fear. "Idris," she cried, shaking him roughly. "What's happening?" He looked up at her, his eyes burning with a newfound power. I think I can control it," he murmured, struggling to catch his breath. "But we need the ancient text, the one that was hidden here." Lila nodded, her sword at the ready as she scanned the room for any sign of the text. As they searched, she felt a presence behind them, a dark and malevolent force that seemed to seep through the very walls of the chamber. She turned, her eyes widening in terror as she saw the headmaster standing there, his eyes cold and calculating. "You shouldn't have come here," he said, his voice dripping with venom. "This spirit is mine, and I will not let you take it from me." Idris stood, his body trembling with rage as the spirit within him roared to life. He raised a hand, and a bolt of energy shot towards the headmaster, striking him with the force of a thunderbolt. The headmaster stumbled backwards, his eyes filled with disbelief as he realized the true power that lay within Idris. "You underestimated me," Idris growled, his voice deep and menacing. "And now you will pay for your mistakes." The headmaster laughed, a cruel and twisted sound that echoed through the chamber. "I always knew this day would come," he said. "But I have been preparing for it for centuries. And when I am done with you, you'll wish you had never set foot in this academy." As the battle raged on, Idris and Lila fought with every ounce of strength they possessed. They dodged and parried, their bodies moving as one as they sought to defeat the headmaster and secure the spirit within Idris. But even as they fought, they knew that this was just the beginning, that there were greater challenges ahead, and that they would have to face them together if they hoped to survive. In the end, it was Lila who struck the final blow, her sword slicing through the headmaster's defenses and ending his reign of terror once and for all. As they stood in the chamber, their hearts pounding with exhaustion and fear, they knew that their victory had come at a great cost. They also knew that they would not be defeated so easily. Together, they left the chamber atop the spire and made their way back to their quarters, the ancient text clutched tightly in Idris' hands. As they closed the door behind them, they vowed to use their newfound power wisely to protect the academy and its students from those who sought to destroy it. In the days that followed, Idris and Lila delved deeper into the ancient text, learning more about the spirits and the power they held within them. They discovered that there were other beings out there, beings far more powerful than the one they had awakened, and that their journey was far from over. But with each new discovery, they grew stronger, their bond growing tighter as they faced the challenges ahead together. As they explored the vast open courtyards and climbed the towering walls of the ancient academy, they knew that they were no longer just students, they were warriors, protectors of a legacy that stretched back to the dawn of time. And though they couldn't know what lay in store for them, they knew one thing for certain: together, they would face whatever came their way, united by a bond forged in fire and tempered by the weight of their pasts. And so, as the sun set over the ancient academy, Idris and Lila stood atop the tallest spire, gazing out across the world below. They knew that their journey was far from over, that there were still battles to be fought, secrets to uncover, and power to claim. But they also knew that, no matter what the future held, they would face it together as warriors, as scholars, and as friends. The labyrinthine scholar. The sun dipped below the towering walls of the ancient academy, casting long shadows across the grand halls. Idris sat hunched over a leather-bound manuscript adorned with intricate symbols. Lila stood nearby, her eyes focused on him as she waited for him to break his trance. "Idris," Lila said softly, "we should rest before we continue our search." He looked up, his gaze distant. "I can't stop thinking about the text," he murmured. Lila took a step closer. "What is it?" she asked, concern etching lines into her forehead. "It speaks of another spirit, one far more powerful than the one we have awakened." Lila's eyes widened in shock. "How do you know that?" she demanded. Idris looked down at the manuscript. "These symbols. They speak of a ritual to bind the spirit within me. It requires sacrifice, and I fear that the headmaster will stop at nothing to claim it." Lila clenched her fist. "We can't let him get his hands on it." she said defiantly. But what can we do? Idris asked, despair creeping into his voice. Just then, a shadow fell across them. They turned to see the headmaster standing before them, a cruel smile playing at his lips. I see you've discovered my little secret, he said, his eyes gleaming with malice. Idris and Lila stood their ground, prepared for battle. The headmaster chuckled darkly, reaching into his robes and pulling out a leather-bound book etched with runes. I knew you'd find it eventually, he said, holding the book aloft. But now that I have it in my possession, there's nothing you can do to stop me. Lila lunged at him, but the headmaster easily dodged her attack, his eyes never leaving the book. She stumbled backward, her face a mask of determination as she prepared for another strike. Idris looked down at himself, feeling the spirit within him stir. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, focusing on the power coursing through his veins. The headmaster's eyes widened in shock as Idris suddenly lunged forward, knocking the book from his grasp. The two struggled for control of the ancient text, their strength equal. Lila watched, her heart pounding in her chest as they battled, each determined to claim the power it held. Finally, Lila struck a decisive blow, sending the headmaster tumbling to the ground. She looked down at him with cold fury, her eyes burning with rage. You will not take what is rightfully ours, she spat. The headmaster groaned, clutching his side as he tried to get up. Idris stood over him, panting heavily. You're not done yet, the headmaster sneered, a wicked gleam in his eyes. I will return. Lila grabbed Idris by the arm. We need to go, she said urgently. He's not done with us yet. Idris nodded, his gaze locked on the headmaster as he disappeared into the shadows. Lila and Idris left the grand halls, their hearts heavy with the weight of what they had just discovered. As they made their way through the labyrinthine corridors, they encountered a hidden passageway that led them to a chamber filled with ancient manuscripts and artifacts. They searched through the piles, each hoping to find something that could help them better understand the spirit within Idris. Lila suddenly cried out in triumph as she found a particular parchment. This might be it, she said, holding up a tattered page from a manuscript. Idris looked over her shoulder, his eyes scanning the symbols etched into the page. His breath caught in his throat as he realized what they had found. It's a ritual to bind the spirit, he whispered. Lila nodded, her face filled with determination. We can do this, she said, taking Idris' hand. Together they began to study the ancient text, poring over every symbol and rune, determined to understand its secrets. As they worked, a sense of unease settled over them, a feeling that they were being watched. They ignored it, focusing on their task. Finally, after hours of studying, Lila looked up with tears in her eyes. I think I have it, she said softly. Idris looked at her, his heart pounding in his chest. What do we do now? He asked, his voice barely a whisper. Lila took a deep breath. We must perform the ritual, she said, her voice steady despite her fear. It's our only chance to control the spirit within you. Idris nodded, his gaze locked on hers. He knew that this would be a difficult journey, but he was determined to do whatever it took to protect himself and those he cared about. Together, they recited the ancient words, focusing their energy as they performed the ritual. A powerful energy swirled around them, threatening to consume them. They held on tight, determined to see it through. When the ritual was complete, Idris felt a sudden surge of power coursing through him. He gasped, his eyes wide with shock as he looked down at himself. The spirit within him had been bound, its influence tempered but not eliminated. Lila wrapped her arms around him, tears streaming down her face. We did it, she whispered, her voice filled with relief. Idris and Lila scurried through the labyrinthine corridors of the ancient academy, their hearts racing with anticipation and fear. The headmaster had returned, and they knew that he would stop at nothing to claim the spirit bound within Idris. The grand halls loomed before them, echoing with the distant sounds of the academy's students, oblivious to the impending danger. Lila's eyes scanned the corridors, her hand gripping the ancient text tightly. We must hurry, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. The ritual will only last for so long. As they entered the grand halls, Idris could sense the presence of other students and faculty members, each going about their daily routines, unaware that a battle was brewing beneath the academy's walls. He felt the spirit within him stirring, sensing the headmaster's approach. Their footsteps echoed through the vast open courtyard as they made their way towards the tallest spire of the ancient academy. The towering walls seemed to close in around them, trapping them like prey in a snare. Idris felt his anxiety growing with each step, but he knew that he had no choice. He could not let the headmaster claim the spirit within him. They reached the base of the spire and began their ascent, feeling the weight of the ancient academy pressing down upon them with every step. Idris clutched the book tightly, his mind racing with thoughts of the ritual, the headmaster's intentions, and the fate that awaited them at the top. As they reached the chamber atop the spire, they found it filled with ancient manuscripts and artifacts, each one a testament to the academy's history. In the center stood a towering statue of a beast, its eyes seemingly watching over them. Lila carefully set down the book on a nearby table as Idris knelt before the statue, his fingers tracing the etched symbols that adorned it. The ritual had begun. As they performed the ancient rite, Idris felt the spirit within him surge, its power growing stronger with each passing moment. He could sense the headmaster's presence approaching, his senses straining to hear the sound of footsteps echoing through the chamber. They were running out of time. Suddenly, a hidden passageway opened before them, revealing a chamber filled with ancient manuscripts and artifacts. Lila gasped as she spotted a particular parchment amongst the countless others. "Idris," she said, her voice trembling, "this is it." The spirit within him screamed in protest, but Idris knew that they could not ignore this discovery. They needed to find a way to bind the spirit permanently and protect themselves from the headmaster's grasp. They rushed through the chamber, their hearts pounding as they searched for the parchment Lila had found. The spirit within Idris continued to grow stronger, threatening to break free and reveal their location to the headmaster. But they could not allow that to happen. As they neared the far end of the chamber, a figure emerged from the shadows. "So you have found my little secret," the headmaster said, his voice cold and menacing. "You will not escape me this time." Idris clutched the ancient text tightly as he stood before the headmaster, his mind racing with thoughts of defense and attack. He could sense the spirit within him surging, its power growing stronger by the second. "You cannot stop us," Lila said defiantly, stepping forward to face the headmaster. "We will not let you claim the spirit bound within Idris." The headmaster's eyes narrowed as he took in their determination and courage. He knew that they posed a formidable threat, but he was not one to back down easily. "You may have found something of value," he said, his voice dripping with malice, "but it will not save you." As the battle began, Idris felt the spirit within him struggle against the ritual's effects, its power threatening to break free and consume them all. He fought with everything he had, determined to protect Lila and the ancient text at any cost. The headmaster was a formidable opponent, his cunning and manipulations making it difficult for Idris and Lila to gain the upper hand. But they refused to give up, driven by their determination to protect the secrets of the academy and the spirit within Idris. As the battle raged on, Idris felt the ritual's effects weakening, the spirit within him growing stronger with each passing moment. He knew that they had only a short time before it broke free and revealed their location to the headmaster, but he also knew that they could not allow that to happen. With a final burst of strength, Idris struck the headmaster down, sending him tumbling through hidden chambers' walls. The ancient academy groaned in protest as the walls cracked and crumbled around them. As the dust settled, Idris felt a wave of relief wash over him. They had won, but at great cost. The spirit within him was free, its power surging through his veins as he stood before Lila, panting heavily. "We must leave," she said, her voice trembling with fear and exhaustion. "The academy is collapsing." They rushed from the chamber, their hearts pounding as they made their way down the hidden passageway. and into the labyrinthine corridors of the ancient academy. The walls seemed to close in around them, trapping them like prey in a snare. But they refused to give up, driven by their determination to protect the secrets of the academy and the spirit within Idris. As they emerged from the corridors and into the grand halls, they saw the destruction wrought by their battle with the headmaster. The walls were cracked and crumbling, the statues shattered, and the ancient manuscripts scattered across the floor like leaves in a storm. But amidst the chaos, Idris felt a sense of peace wash over him. They had protected the secrets of the academy, and they had saved the spirit within him from the headmaster's grasp. They had survived, and they would continue to fight for what was right. As they made their way back to their quarters, Idris could sense the spirit within him growing stronger, its power surging through his veins as he walked alongside Lila. He knew that their journey was far from over, but he also knew that they were ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The end of one battle marked only the beginning of another, and Idris was determined to see it through. Together with Layla by his side, he would continue to navigate the intricate labyrinth of the academy, uncovering its secrets and protecting those who sought to learn and grow within its hallowed halls. The labyrinthine scholar, as the sun dipped below the towering walls and grand halls of the ancient academy, Idris and Lila stood atop the tallest spire. The wind howled around them as they took in the view of vast open courtyards stretching out beneath their feet. Lila's eyes gleamed with determination as she turned to Idris. "We did it," she said, a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. "The spirit is bound." Idris felt a sense of relief wash over him, but also sadness. He had grown attached to the spirit within him, and now that it was bound, he feared he may never feel its presence again. But he knew that this was for the best. As they descended from the tallest spire, Idris' mind wandered to the ancient manuscripts and artifacts they had discovered in the hidden chamber atop the spire. "Do you think we should tell anyone about what we found?" Leela asked as they entered their quarters. Idris sighed. "We can't keep all of this a secret forever." He pointed to the mysterious text bound in leather and adorned with intricate symbols that lay on their makeshift table. "There's something about this ancient text that I think we should investigate further." "And what about the other spirit, the one far more powerful than the one we awakened?" Lila nodded, her expression serious. "We should be careful who we trust with this information. The headmaster has already shown an interest in our discoveries." The thought of facing the headmaster again filled Idris with dread, but he knew that they couldn't hide forever. As they settled into their quarters for the night, Idris felt a strange presence watching them from nearby walls. He tried to shake it off, attributing it to his overactive imagination, but Lila caught his unease. "Idris," she whispered, "do you feel that?" He hesitated, not wanting to admit his fear. "I think it's just the wind." But as they lay in bed, the presence seemed to grow stronger. Idris felt a cold hand wrap around his heart and a voice whispering in his mind. He sat up with a gasp, knocking over their makeshift lantern. The room plunged into darkness as the whispers grew louder. Lila woke with a start, pulling Idris close to her. "What's happening?" she asked, her voice shaky. Idris could hardly breathe. The presence was suffocating him. "I don't know," he stammered. "But we have to get out of here." They grabbed their belongings and rushed from the quarters, the presence following them through the dimly lit corridors. As they neared the grand halls, Idris felt a sense of dread build within him. The presence grew stronger, threatening to consume him. Lila fought back, her fists clenched as she struggled against an unseen force. "We can't let it take us," she panted, her eyes wide with fear. "We have to find a way to stop it." As they entered the grand halls, Idris saw the headmaster standing atop a towering statue of a beast, his gaze locked on them. The presence seemed to dissipate as they approached, but the headmaster's expression remained cold and calculating. "Welcome back, Idris," he said, his voice echoing through the grand halls. "I trust you enjoyed your little adventure. I have a proposition for you." In the grand halls of the ancient academy, Idris and Lila stood before the headmaster, their faces etched with determination. The vast open courtyard outside echoed with the sounds of students training, but it felt like a world apart. A dimly lit chamber filled with ancient manuscripts and artifacts loomed behind them, a testament to their recent discoveries. "You have been keeping secrets," the headmaster said, his eyes cold as he regarded them. "And you will not find sanctuary here." Idris felt his heart race as Lila stepped forward protectively, her gaze never wavering from the headmaster's. "We won't let you take what we've found," she declared fiercely. The headmaster smiled, a dangerous glint in his eyes. "I have a proposition for you both," he said, his voice low and menacing. "Join me, and I will ensure your continued safety within the academy. We will never align ourselves with you." Idris spat back, anger coursing through him. He remembered the eerie presence that had haunted them in the hidden chamber atop the tallest spire. It was a reminder of what they could not let the headmaster have. The headmaster's eyes narrowed, his smile fading. "I'll make sure you regret your decision," he threatened, and Idris knew that this would not be the last they heard from him. In their quarters later that night, Idris sat with Lila, poring over ancient manuscripts and artifacts. A leather-bound book etched with runes lay open before them, its secrets begging to be unlocked. They knew that if they did not act quickly, the headmaster would find a way to take what they had discovered for himself. "We need to keep looking," Lila said urgently. "There must be more hidden somewhere within these walls." Idris nodded, his eyes scanning the tattered pages and scrolls that surrounded them. He could feel the spirit within him stirring, growing stronger as it sensed their determination. But he also knew that it was not just their lives on the line now. It was the fate of the ancient academy and all those who called it home. As Idris delved deeper into the manuscripts and artifacts, he found himself drawn to a particular parchment, its symbols glowing faintly under his touch. He felt a sudden surge of knowledge flowed through him, and he knew that they had uncovered something truly extraordinary. "Layla," he said softly, showing her the parchment. "This might be what we've been searching for." Leela took the parchment from his hands, her eyes wide with excitement as she read the ancient text bound in leather and adorned with intricate symbols. "Another spirit, one far more powerful than the one we awakened," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "But it's bound within the academy's walls. We have to find it before the headmaster does," Idris said grimly. He knew that they were running out of time, and the stakes had never been higher. As he looked into Lila's eyes, he felt a newfound resolve take hold of him. They would not let anyone stand in their way. A hidden passageway led them deep within the academy's walls, past towering walls and grand halls that seemed to stretch on forever. They moved silently, their hearts pounding with anticipation and fear. In a chamber filled with ancient manuscripts and artifacts, they found what they had been searching for, the spirit bound within an ancient text. Idris felt the spirit stir as he approached it, its power washing over him like a tidal wave. He knew that if they could awaken it, they would have the means to protect themselves against the headmaster and his manipulations. But doing so would come at great personal cost. Lila looked at Idris, her eyes filled with worry. "Are you sure this is what we should do?" she asked quietly. "We can't know what consequences it may have for us." Idris hesitated, his mind racing as he considered the risks. But in that moment, he knew that there was no other choice. For the sake of the academy and all those within its walls, he would do whatever it took to protect them. "We have to," he said finally. With a deep breath, Idris reached out and touched the ancient text bound in leather and adorned with intricate symbols. The spirit inside surged forth, its power overwhelming him as it awakened within his body. He felt a sudden pain rip through him, but it was quickly replaced by a sense of strength and purpose that he had never known before. As the spirit bound within him grew stronger, Idris knew that they would have the means to protect themselves against the headmaster's manipulations. But he also knew that this new power came at a price, one that he was not yet fully aware of. The ancient academy seemed to shudder around them as the spirit within Idris grew stronger, its presence felt by all who walked these halls. The headmaster watched from his quarters with a cold smile on his face, knowing that Idris and Lila had made a grave mistake. "You will pay for this," he whispered to himself, his eyes gleaming with malice as he plotted their downfall. "I will make sure of it." But Idris and Lila would not go down without a fight. Together, they would face whatever challenges came their way, determined to protect the ancient academy and all those who called it home. And they knew that in the end, they would come out victorious. The spirit within Idris continued to grow stronger, shaping his body into something far beyond what any human could achieve. His senses heightened, his strength increased, and he felt a newfound connection with the world around him. But as the days passed, he also began to feel the weight of his new powers, the changes within him growing more pronounced each day. Idris knew that this was only the beginning, that there would be challenges ahead, both from the headmaster and from himself. He struggled with the darker aspects of his new power, feeling the temptation to use it for his own gain. But he also knew that he could not let it consume him, that he had a responsibility to those who depended on him. In the end, Idris would have to make a difficult decision, one that would shape not only his own future, but the fate of the ancient academy as well. And as he stood in the grand halls, feeling the spirit within him surge with power, he knew that he was ready to face whatever lay ahead. As Idris and Lila prepared for their confrontation with the headmaster, they could feel the tension building around them. The academy seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the storm to break. They knew that this would be a battle they would not soon forget, one that would test their strength, their resolve, and their very souls. But as Idris stood before the headmaster, he felt a sense of calm wash over him. He looked into the headmaster's cold eyes and saw the malice there, the desire to control, to manipulate, to dominate. And in that moment, he knew exactly what he had to do. "I will not let you take what we have found," Idris said firmly, his voice steady as he faced off against the headmaster. "I will protect this ancient academy and all those who call it home." The headmaster laughed, a cold, cruel sound that echoed through the grand halls. "You are foolish to think you can stand against me," he sneered. "But I will enjoy watching you fall." Idris felt the spirit within him surge with power, his body transforming in response. He knew that this was their only chance, their last stand against the headmaster's manipulations and control. And as he prepared to face the battle ahead, he felt a renewed sense of purpose wash over him. With Leela at his side, Idris charged towards the headmaster, determined to protect what they had fought so hard to uncover. The grand halls of the ancient academy echoed with the sounds of their struggle, but in that moment, all that mattered was their will to survive and the spirit bound within them. As the battle raged on, Idris felt a darker side of his power begin to emerge, one he had never known existed. He knew that this was what the headmaster had wanted all along, to tempt him into using his powers for destruction rather than protection. But he refused to give in, fighting with every ounce of strength he possessed. In the end, Idris and Lila emerged victorious, their spirits bound within them stronger than ever. The academy breathed a sigh of relief as they stood triumphant, knowing that they had saved all those who called it home. But they also knew that this was only the beginning, that there would be more challenges ahead, more secrets to uncover, and more battles to fight. As Idris looked out over the grand halls of the ancient academy, he felt a sense of pride wash over him. He had come so far since that fateful day when he had first awakened the spirit within him, and he knew that he would continue to grow stronger still. He had faced his darkest fears and emerged victorious, not just as a monster tamer, but as a protector, a leader, and a beacon of hope for all who called the ancient academy their home. And as he stood there, surrounded by those he loved and those who depended on him, Idris knew that this was where he belonged, in the labyrinthine corridors of an ancient academy that had become his sanctuary, his fortress, and his home. He would continue to learn, to grow, and to protect all who called it their own, For now, the ancient academy stood strong, its walls filled with those who sought knowledge, power, and a place to call home. And at its heart, there was Idris, a scholarly reincarnate who had navigated the intricate labyrinth of an academy that trained students to tame monstrous spirits, uncovering the mysteries of a forgotten civilization along the way. But as he looked out over the grand halls, Idris knew that there would always be more to learn, more secrets to uncover, and more challenges to face. And he welcomed them all, for in the end, it was this eternal pursuit of knowledge that had brought him here, to this ancient academy that had become his home. And so, as the sun set on another day within the walls of the ancient academy, Idris stood tall, ready to face whatever lay ahead. For he knew that no matter what challenges came his way, he would always find a way to persevere, to learn, to grow, and to protect all those who called this ancient academy their home. The labyrinthine scholar, as Idris and Lila walked down the dimly lit corridors of the ancient academy, their conversation was a mix of whispers and hushed tones. The air seemed thick with tension, their footsteps echoing ominously through the stone halls. "We need to find more about this mysterious text," Idris said, glancing over his shoulder at Lila, who nodded in agreement. "We can't let the headmaster get his hands on it." Lila's eyes narrowed. "Do you think he already knows we have it?" Idris hesitated before answering. "I don't know, but I wouldn't put it past him. He's always been interested in our progress with the spirit. We should keep our guard up," Lila said. "If he wants the text and the spirit, he'll stop at nothing to get it." They continued walking, their footsteps slowing as they reached a chamber filled with ancient manuscripts and artifacts. Idris' eyes scanned the rows of books, searching for anything that might help them understand the mysterious text. "What if there's another spirit, one far more powerful than the one we have awakened?" Leela asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Idris looked up from his study and met her gaze. "We don't know for sure, but it's something we need to consider. What if that spirit is the one the headmaster wants?" Leela asked. Idris sighed. "Then we have a bigger problem on our hands. But for now, we need to focus on learning more about this text and finding a way to protect it." Leela nodded, agreed. As they delved deeper into the chamber, their conversation faded into silence. The weight of their mission pressed heavily upon them, but they knew that they couldn't afford any distractions if they were to uncover the secrets hidden within the ancient academy's walls. Outside the dimly lit chamber filled with ancient manuscripts and artifacts, a figure watched from the shadows. The headmaster's eyes glinted with hunger as he studied Idris and Lila through the nearby wall. He knew they had something that he wanted, something that would give him immense power. A soft breeze rustled through the labyrinthine corridors of the ancient academy as Idris and Lila moved stealthily. They were on their way to a chamber atop the tallest spire, where an ancient text bound in leather and adorned with intricate symbols had been mentioned in a cryptic prophecy. Their footsteps echoed faintly against the towering walls and grand halls, each step carrying with it a heavy weight of tension and anticipation. Idris glanced nervously over his shoulder, scanning for any signs of the headmaster or his forces lurking in the shadows. Lila matched his pace, her eyes flashing with determination. As they reached the chamber atop the spire, they found a dimly lit room filled with ancient manuscripts and artifacts, some of them tattered and worn, while others gleamed like treasures long forgotten. In the center stood a towering statue of a beast, its eyes seeming to watch them from far away. Idris' heart raced as he approached the statue, his mind racing with thoughts of the power they could uncover within that chamber. He felt a strange presence following them, a sensation that sent chills down his spine. Lila noticed it too and tightened her grip on her sword. "We must be careful," Idris murmured, eyeing the countless manuscripts lining the walls. "The headmaster has shown interest in these texts before." Lila nodded, her eyes scanning the room as she moved deeper into the chamber. They found what they were looking for, a particular parchment tucked away in one of the chambers atop the spire. Idris' heart pounded in his chest as he gently took hold of it. running his fingers over the intricate symbols etched into the page. This is it, Lila breathed, her voice barely audible. The prophecy mentioned an ancient text that would lead us to another spirit, one far more powerful than the one we've awakened. Idris felt a strange sensation surge through his body as he held the parchment in his hands. He could feel the power contained within it, but also the danger that accompanied such a discovery. He glanced over at Lila, her eyes shining with determination and anticipation. "We cannot let this fall into the headmaster's hands," Idris said, his voice steady despite the fear gnawing at him. "We must find a way to keep it safe." Lila nodded, her eyes narrowed as she scanned the room. "We'll have to be quick and careful. The headmaster won't rest until he obtains this text for himself." Together, they carefully gathered the manuscripts they found in the chamber, wrapping them tightly in cloth and hiding them beneath their robes. As they made their way back down the labyrinthine corridors, they could feel a sense of urgency pressing against them. They knew that the headmaster would not be far behind, and they needed to find somewhere safe to hide before he discovered what they had found. As they moved through the academy's towering walls and grand halls, they kept a wary eye out for any sign of the headmaster or his forces. Their hearts pounded in their chests as they made their way back to their quarters, knowing that they couldn't afford to be caught. Once they reached their hidden chamber deep within the academy's walls, they quickly stowed the ancient manuscripts and artifacts they had found. Idris stared at the mysterious text bound in leather, adorned with intricate symbols, his mind racing as he contemplated the power it held. He could feel the spirit growing stronger within him, and he knew that the headmaster would not rest until he took control of it. As they settled into their quarters, Lila spoke quietly, her voice barely audible. "We'll have to be careful. The headmaster will be back, and we can't afford to underestimate him." Idris nodded, his eyes fixed on the mysterious text. "I agree. We need to find a way to protect ourselves and this ancient text from the headmaster." Lila's fingers traced the intricate symbols etched into page, her brow furrowed in concentration. "We may have found something," she said after a moment. "There's a hidden passageway mentioned here, one that leads to another chamber filled with manuscripts and artifacts." Idris felt his heart race as he considered their options. They couldn't stay in their quarters forever. The headmaster would find them eventually. "We need to follow it," he said. "It may be our only chance at survival." Together, they prepared to embark on another perilous journey through the academy's labyrinthine corridors. They knew the dangers that awaited them, but they also understood that their very lives depended on it. As they moved deeper into the ancient academy, they couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching them, waiting for them to make a mistake. They found the hidden passageway as described in the parchment, a narrow opening concealed behind a nearby wall. With their hearts pounding and their eyes fixed on each other, they stepped into the darkness, unsure of what lay ahead, but determined to face whatever challenges came their way. As they ventured deeper into the hidden chamber filled with manuscripts and artifacts, Idris felt a strange sensation wash over him. He could feel the spirit growing stronger within him, its power surging through his veins like molten fire. He knew that he had to control it to master it if they were to survive the trials ahead. He glanced over at Lila, her eyes shining with determination as she scanned the room for any clues or secrets hidden within the ancient texts and artifacts before them. Together, they continued their search, each step taking them deeper into a world filled with power and danger. They knew that the headmaster would not rest until he had claimed the spirit within Idris and the ancient text that held the key to its control. But as long as they remained vigilant and strong, they could outlast him and forge their own path in this world of monstrous spirits and forgotten knowledge. As they made their way back through the hidden passageway and into the academy's grand halls, Idris felt a renewed sense of purpose. He knew that they had found something truly powerful, something that could change the course of their lives and the fate of humanity itself. With Lila by his side, he would face any challenge that came their way, no matter how great or insurmountable it seemed. As they stepped out into the vast open courtyard, Idris felt a sense of calm wash over him. He knew that the road ahead would be long and treacherous, but with determination in his heart and Lila by his side, he was ready to face whatever awaited them in this ancient academy that held the secrets to power beyond their wildest dreams. The labyrinthine scholar, the dimly lit chamber filled with ancient manuscripts and artifacts, echoed as Idris and Lila stepped inside. A leather-bound book etched with runes caught their attention. Idris opened it carefully, the parchment inside glowing faintly in his hands. As he read, presence watching them from nearby walls became undeniable. "Idris," Lila whispered, her eyes darting around the chamber. "We aren't alone." The spirit within Idris stirred, sensing something ominous. He closed the book and looked up at the towering walls of the ancient academy surrounding them. The presence seemed to be everywhere, watching, waiting. "Come out," Idris called, his voice echoing through the chamber. "We don't want trouble." The silence stretched on, the only sounds being the rustling of manuscripts and their own shallow breaths. Suddenly the chamber door creaked open, revealing a hooded figure cloaked in shadows. Idris tensed, ready to defend himself and Lila. "Headmaster," Lila hissed under her breath. "What do you want?" The headmaster stepped into the room, removing his hood to reveal a cold, calculating gaze that sent chills down their spines. "I've been looking for you too," he said. "You possess something valuable, and I will not let it slip through my grasp." Idris gripped the leather-bound book tightly. "The spirit within me is powerful, but so is mine. Leave us alone." Headmaster chuckled. "Your naivety amuses me. You don't understand the power you wield or the danger it poses to this academy. I can help guide you if you choose to join me." "Join you?" Lila asked, skepticism etched onto her face. "I have a proposition," Headmaster said. "Surrender the spirit within you, and I will ensure your safety within these walls. Refuse, and I assure you it won't end well." Idris and Lila exchanged worried glances. They had come too far to let their hard-won powers slip away even if it meant standing against the headmaster himself. "We have no intention of giving up what we've worked so hard for," Idris said, his voice steady. "You won't take this spirit from us." The headmaster's gaze turned cold and calculating once more. "Very well," he said. "But remember, your decision will have consequences." As the headmaster left the chamber, Idris felt a newfound determination surge through him. They would not let fear dictate their actions, not now, not ever. Together, they would face whatever lay ahead and protect the spirit within them, no matter the cost. As twilight blanketed the grand halls of the ancient academy, Idris and Lila found themselves in a dimly lit chamber filled with countless manuscripts, each page whispering secrets long forgotten. They had ventured deep within the labyrinthine corridors, guided by their intuition and the tantalizing promise of power. "We've come so far," Idris murmured, his eyes scanning the ancient texts that lined the walls. "But we still don't know what awaits us." Lila, her eyes glinting with determination, nodded. "I won't let anything happen to you, Idris," she said firmly. "I promise." Idris looked at her, his heart swelling with gratitude. "Thank you, Lila. You've been my rock throughout this journey." A sudden rustle echoed through the chamber, causing them both to start. They turned towards the source, their hearts pounding. In the shadows lurked a towering statue of a beast, its eyes glowing ominously. "What is that?" Lila breathed, her voice barely audible. Idris stepped forward, his curiosity overpowering his fear. "I'm not sure," he said slowly, "but it seems to be watching us." He approached the statue cautiously, feeling a strange energy emanating from it. As he reached out to touch the cold stone, the air around them crackled with electricity. Suddenly, the chamber filled with light, revealing a hidden passageway behind the statue. "We've found something," Idris exclaimed, his voice echoing through the grand halls. "Let's see where this leads." With cautious steps, they followed the passageway, their hearts pounding anticipation. The tunnel led them to a chamber filled with more ancient manuscripts and artifacts, the air heavy with the scent of history. In the center stood a cage containing a spirit, its eyes burning with an otherworldly light. "We've done it," Idris breathed, awestruck by the sight before them. "We've found another spirit." Lila nodded, her eyes shining with excitement. "But this one is far more powerful than the one we've awakened," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "What if it's too much for us to handle?" Idris looked at her, his eyes serious. "We'll face whatever comes our way together," he said firmly. "We've come this far, we can't turn back now." With newfound resolve, they approached the cage, feeling the spirit's power growing stronger with each step. As they reached out to touch its bars, a figure emerged from the shadows at the chamber's entrance. It was the headmaster, his eyes cold and calculating. "So, you've found another spirit," he said, his voice dripping with malice. "I've been waiting for this moment." Idris felt a surge of anger, his body trembling with fury. "You won't take it from us," he snarled. "We'll protect our spirit at any cost." The headmaster smiled, his eyes gleaming with amusement. "I admire your determination, Idris," he said mockingly, "but you should know that this spirit is mine by right. You cannot stop me." Lila stepped in front of Idris protectively, her eyes flashing with defiance. "You won't take it from us," she said, her voice strong and steady. "We'll fight to the death if we have to." The headmaster looked between them, his expression cold and calculating. "Very well," he said slowly. "If that's what you wish, I will grant it to you. But remember this, your actions have consequences. You may win this battle, but you cannot escape the repercussions." With a final, chilling smile, he turned and disappeared back into the shadows, leaving Idris and Leela alone in the chamber. They stood there for a moment, their hearts racing with anticipation and fear. "We've made our choice," Idris murmured, his voice shaking slightly. "Now we must face whatever comes our way." Together, they turned to face the spirit, feeling its power growing stronger within them. They knew that this was just the beginning of their journey, and that many trials lay ahead, but they were ready. They would face whatever challenges came their way, united in their determination to protect their spirit and survive in a world filled with danger and uncertainty. As twilight descended upon the ancient academy, Idris and Lila stood tall, ready to face whatever came their way. Together, they would forge their own destiny, determined to protect their spirit and uncover the secrets of the forgotten civilization that lay hidden within these walls. The future was uncertain, but one thing was certain. They were no longer mere scholars. They had become warriors in a world filled with monstrous spirits, ancient secrets, and a headmaster who would stop at nothing to claim the power they sought. Their journey was far from over, and they knew that many trials lay ahead. But together, they would face whatever challenges came their way, united in their determination to protect their spirit and survive in a world filled with danger and uncertainty. They would uncover the mysteries of the ancient academy and reclaim their place among the powerful beings that roamed this realm. With newfound resolve, Idris and Lila stepped forward, ready to face whatever awaited them. The future was uncertain, but they were ready to embrace it, armed with the power of the spirit and the unbreakable bond they shared. The headmaster's words echoed through their minds. "Your actions have consequences." But they knew that they had made their choice, and they would stand by it. They would protect their spirit at any cost, even if it meant facing the wrath of the academy's headmaster. They turned to each other, their eyes meeting in a silent promise. "We're in this together," Idris said softly, his voice filled with determination. Lila nodded, her eyes shining with resolve. "Always," she replied. As the twilight deepened and shadows grew long, Idris and Lila stood tall, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Together, they would forge their own destiny in a world filled with monstrous spirits, ancient secrets, and a headmaster who would stop at nothing to claim the power they sought. Their journey was far from over, but they were ready to embrace it, armed with the power of the spirit and the unbreakable bond they shared. With newfound strength, they stepped forward into the unknown, ready to face whatever awaited them in the labyrinthine corridors of the ancient academy. The labyrinthine scholar, the sun had set, leaving a veil of darkness over the towering walls and grand halls of the ancient academy. Idris and Lila stood atop the tallest spire, gazing out at the vast open courtyard below, their spirits resting peacefully within them. The air was thick with tension as they awaited the headmaster's return. "We should have known he wouldn't let us go without a fight," Lila whispered, her voice tinged with worry. Idris nodded, his eyes never straying from the distant courtyard. "I still can't believe we found all these spirits hidden here." Lila sighed and turned to face him. "We have to be careful, Idris. We don't know what else he might have in store for us." Idris glanced at her, his gaze flickering towards the nearby wall. "I think we've already faced more than enough. But I won't let him take these spirits from us." Lila placed a hand on his shoulder, her expression serious. "We need to be ready for anything. We should gather the others and prepare ourselves for whatever comes next." As they descended the spire, they found their friends huddled together in their quarters, whispering amongst themselves. Serafina, a fellow student with a keen intellect, was poring over an ancient text bound in leather and adorned with intricate symbols. The others looked up as they entered, concern etched on their faces. "The headmaster has returned," Idris announced grimly. "We need to prepare." A collective groan went through the group, followed by a determined nod from Serafina. "I've found something that might help us in our fight against him," she said, holding up the mysterious text. Idris stepped closer, his curiosity piqued. "What is it?" "It's an ancient prophecy about a spirit that can grant immense power to its wielder, but at great personal cost," Serafina explained. "I think if we can find the spirit described in this text, it might help us against the headmaster." Lila frowned, her eyes narrowing. "That sounds dangerous, Serafina. Are you sure we should pursue this?" Serafina hesitated before nodding. "Yes, I believe it's our best chance at defeating him. But I need your help to find the spirit. It's hidden somewhere deep within the academy." Idris and Layla exchanged glances, a shared resolve forming between them. "We'll do whatever it takes to protect our spirits," Idris said firmly. "Let's go." With their friends in tow, they ventured deeper into the labyrinthine corridors of the ancient academy. The walls seemed to close in around them as they delved further into the heart of the mysterious building, the air growing colder and darker with each passing moment. Finally, they arrived at a hidden chamber filled with countless manuscripts and artifacts. In the center stood an enormous statue of a beast, its eyes glowing ominously in the dim light. Lila approached cautiously, her senses on high alert. "This is where we'll find the spirit," Serafina declared, her voice barely above a whisper. "According to the prophecy, it's hidden within the beast." Idris and Leela exchanged glances, their hearts pounding in their chests. They knew that whatever awaited them would be dangerous, but they were ready to face it head-on if it meant protecting their spirits and stopping the headmaster once and for all. With determination burning in their eyes, they stepped into the chamber, ready to confront whatever lay within. As they approached the statue, the air around them seemed to crackle with energy, and a feeling of immense power washed over them. Lila gasped, her eyes widening as she took in the sight before them. "This is it," Serafina whispered, her voice filled with awe. The spirit described in the prophecy. Idris reached out to touch the beast's stone hide, feeling the energy coursing through him like electricity. He closed his eyes, focusing on the connection he felt to the spirit within the statue. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted from the statue, knocking them all back onto their feet. "We have to be careful," Layla warned, her voice trembling slightly. "This spirit is far more powerful than any we've awakened before." Idris nodded, his eyes never leaving the statue. I think it knows we're here for its help." Slowly, he reached out to touch the beast again, feeling the power coursing through him once more. This time, the spirit seemed to respond, its energy surging into him as he connected with it. A wave of warmth and strength washed over him, filling him with a newfound sense of determination. "We can do this," Idris declared, his voice strong and steady. "Together, we'll defeat the headmaster and protect our spirits." Lila nodded, her own spirit stirring within her at Idris' words. Together, they stood before the statue, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead in their fight against the headmaster and his nefarious plans. As they emerged from the chamber, they found themselves confronted by the headmaster himself, accompanied by a group of students under his control. The air was thick with tension as they faced off, each side determined not to back down. "You shouldn't have come here," the headmaster sneered, his eyes cold and calculating. "I've been waiting for you." Idris stepped forward, his spirit surging within him. "We won't let you take what is ours, headmaster," he declared fiercely. "You'll have to kill us first." The headmaster laughed, the sound echoing through the corridors as he raised a hand. A bolt of energy shot towards them, but Idris and Lila were ready. They braced themselves, their spirits blazing within them as they absorbed the attack. The force of it knocked them back, but they refused to yield. The battle raged on, each side determined not to give an inch. But in the end, it was Idris and Layla who emerged victorious, the headmaster defeated and his plans thwarted. With their spirits stronger than ever, they knew that they had saved not only themselves but also the academy and its remaining students. As they stood atop the tallest spire once more, gazing out at the vast open courtyard below, they knew that their journey was far from over. But for now, they could rest easy knowing that they had faced their greatest challenge and emerged victorious. Together, they would continue to navigate the labyrinthine corridors of the ancient academy, uncovering its secrets and protecting their spirits from whatever dangers lay ahead. The sun began to rise, casting a warm glow over the towering walls and grand halls of the ancient academy. Idris and Lila stood side by side, their spirits fluttering within them like a gentle breeze. They had faced their greatest challenge and emerged victorious, but they knew that there would be more battles to fight in the days ahead. As Idris and Lila stood atop the tallest spire of the ancient academy, they surveyed the vast open courtyard below. The sun rose in the horizon, casting long shadows over the towering walls and grand halls. They had won a great victory against the headmaster and his forces, but Idris couldn't shake the feeling that their struggle was far from over. Idris felt the spirit within him stir as he gazed upon the statue of a beast etched into the stone wall nearby. "What secrets does it hold?" he asked Lila, who was already scanning the area with her keen eyes. "There's something here," she said, pointing towards a hidden passageway. Idris felt a strange pull towards the opening, sensing an ancient artifact that lay within. Together, they ventured into the dimly lit chamber filled with countless manuscripts and artifacts. Amongst them, Idris found a particular parchment and ancient text bound in leather, adorned with intricate symbols. As he opened it, his eyes widened with shock and disbelief. "Idris, what's wrong?" Leela asked, sensing his fear. He showed her the page, revealing a passage about an even more powerful spirit, one that could grant immense power, but at great personal cost. "It says here that this spirit is bound within someone who has already tamed one." "What does that mean for us?" Leela asked, her eyes wide with concern. "I don't know, but I have a feeling we're in more danger than ever before," Idris replied, his heart racing at the thought of what the spirit might demand. As they left the chamber, they noticed a figure watching them from nearby walls. A chill ran down their spine as they realized that the headmaster wasn't done with them yet. In the quiet moments that followed, Idris couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, that the headmaster was waiting for his moment to strike. He knew he had to make a decision, one that would change the course of their lives forever. The headmaster approached them in the grand halls, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he offered a proposition. "Join me, and I will ensure your continued safety within the academy." Idris stood tall, refusing to give in to the headmaster's manipulations. "Never," he said firmly. "Then I can only warn you that you will regret your decision," the headmaster said ominously before disappearing into the shadows. Lila took Idris' hand, her eyes filled with determination. We won't let him win. Idris nodded, knowing that their journey was far from over. They had uncovered a buried truth about the academy and its secrets, one that could change everything. And as they prepared to face whatever came next, they knew they would stand together, no matter what. As the day wore on, Idris felt the spirit within him growing stronger. He knew it was only a matter of time before the headmaster returned, seeking to claim the spirit bound within him. But he also knew that he couldn't let that happen, not if he wanted to save themselves and the academy from the headmaster's grasp. In the quiet moments before sleep, Idris sat at his desk, poring over the ancient text with renewed focus. He felt a strange sense of urgency, knowing that every moment counted in their fight against the headmaster. Idris, Leela whispered from her quarters, the headmaster has summoned us to the chamber atop the spire. He stood, his heart pounding in his chest, as he followed Lila through the dimly lit room filled with ancient manuscripts and artifacts. They climbed the winding stairs, their footsteps echoing off the stone walls as they approached the chamber atop the spire. As they entered, they found themselves face to face with the headmaster and another spirit, one far more powerful than the one they had awakened. Idris felt a shiver run down his spine as he realized that their battle was about to begin in earnest. The headmaster's eyes gleamed with malice as he spoke. You thought you could outsmart me? You were wrong. But Idris stood tall, determined not to let the headmaster claim the spirit within him. He knew that they had come too far to give in now, that their bond was stronger than any spirit or manipulation. As the battle raged on, Idris and Lila fought with everything they had, refusing to back down. They battled against the headmaster's forces, determined to protect themselves and the academy from his grasp. In the end, it was their love and determination that proved victorious, their bond too strong for even the most powerful spirit to overcome. With the headmaster defeated, Idris and Lila stood atop the spire once more, knowing that their journey was far from over, but their bond stronger than ever before. They had faced danger and darkness, but they had emerged victorious, their love for each other, and the academy guiding them through every challenge. The labyrinthine scholar, the dimly lit chamber filled with ancient manuscripts and artifacts, echoed softly as Idris and Lila entered, their hearts pounding in anticipation. They had heard whispers of a mysterious text bound within these walls that could grant immense power to whoever claimed it. The air was thick with the weight of secrets long forgotten, each artifact whispering tales of the academy's past. In the center of the chamber stood a tall, towering statue of a beast, its eyes glinting in the flickering candlelight. Idris approached cautiously, his hands trembling slightly as he reached out to touch the intricately carved stone. The statue seemed to hum with energy, pulsating gently as it too held secrets waiting to be unlocked. This is it, Leila said, her voice barely above a whisper. The text that give us the power we need. Idris nodded, his eyes scanning the room. But at what cost? He asked himself, remembering the spirit they had awakened and the danger it posed to them both. As if on cue, a faint sound echoed from nearby walls. A presence watching them, waiting. Idris' heart raced as he reached for his staff, gripping it tightly. We should leave, Lila urged, her eyes darting around the chamber. There's something not right here. But before they could turn away, a figure emerged from the shadows, the headmaster. His eyes glinted with malice as he approached them slowly. You shouldn't have come, he said, his voice cold and calculating. I had hoped to avoid this confrontation for as long as possible. Idris' grip on his staff tightened. You'll never take the spirit from me, he growled, standing tall. The headmaster's smile widened slightly. That is where you are wrong, Idris. He reached out to touch the statue, causing it to roar to life. I have been waiting for this moment for a long time. As the beast began to transform before their eyes, Idris knew that they were in grave danger. The headmaster's intentions were clear. He would stop at nothing to claim the spirit within him. With a battle cry, Idris and Lila stood their ground, ready to face whatever came their way. They would not let the headmaster take what was rightfully theirs, no matter the cost. The chamber rumbled as the beast continued to grow, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. The air grew thick with magic, and Idris could feel the power of the spirit within him surging, ready to fight. "We cannot let him win," Lila called out, her voice ringing through the chamber. "For our future, for humanity's survival." The air grew heavy as the group approached the grand halls of the ancient academy, their hearts pounding with anticipation and trepidation. Idris clutched the ancient text tightly, feeling its power coursing through his veins like a wild, untamed river. Lila stood beside him, her eyes flashing with determination as they faced the challenges ahead. "We've come too far to turn back now," Layla said, her voice steady and sure despite the uncertainty that hung heavy in the air. "We must confront the headmaster and secure our future here." Idris nodded, his gaze fixed on the tallest spire of the ancient academy looming before them. He could sense the spirit within him growing stronger by the minute, its presence a constant reminder of the power he now held, but also the burden that came with it. Together they entered the vast open courtyard, the towering walls and grand halls surrounding them as they made their way towards the tallest spire. Idris could feel the eyes of unseen beings watching them from nearby walls, a chilling reminder of the danger they faced. As they ascended the spiral staircase that led to the top of the spire, Idris felt a surge of power coursing through him. The spirit within him stirred, its energy growing stronger as it sensed the ancient text in his grasp. He could feel its hunger for the power contained within the manuscript, a hunger that mirrored his own. They reached the chamber atop the spire, the dimly lit room filled with ancient manuscripts and artifacts. In the center stood a towering statue of a beast, its eyes glowing ominously as it seemed to regard them silently. Idris could feel the power emanating from the statue, a testament to the spirit bound within it. The headmaster appeared before them, his eyes cold and calculating as he regarded the ancient text in Idris' hands. "I see you've found what I've been looking for," he said, his voice dripping with malice. "You may have the power to tame this spirit, but you do not possess the skill or knowledge to control it." Idris felt the spirit within him stir at the headmaster's words, its energy swirling around them like a tempest. He gripped the text tightly, feeling the weight of its power and the burden it placed upon his shoulders. "We won't let you take this from us," he said defiantly. The headmaster smirked, his eyes flickering with amusement. "Very well," he said, a hint of menace in his voice. "But know that if you resist me, you will pay the price." With that, the headmaster stepped back, the spirit-infused statue lunging towards them like a predator sensing its prey. Idris and Lila stood their ground, their eyes locked on the towering beast as they braced themselves for the battle to come. The air crackled with tension, the energy between them palpable as they prepared to defend the ancient text and the spirit within. The fight was fierce, a whirlwind of power and fury as Idris and Lila faced off against the headmaster and the spirit-infused statue. They dodged and parried, their every move calculated and precise, but the beast seemed to grow stronger with each passing moment, its energy feeding off their own. Idris could feel the spirit within him growing more powerful as well, its energy swirling around them like a storm. He knew that if he lost control, the consequences would be dire not just for himself and Lila, but for the entire academy and the world beyond it. As the battle raged on, Idris found himself struggling to maintain his focus, his mind clouded by the power coursing through him. He could feel the spirit's hunger growing stronger, its desire for control nearly overwhelming him, but he refused to give in, knowing that if he did, they would lose everything they had fought so hard to protect. In a desperate bid to turn the tide, Idris reached out with his mind, focusing on the spirit within him and channeling its power into a concentrated burst of energy. With a roar, he unleashed it upon the statue, his every fiber trembling with the force of the attack. The statue stumbled back, its eyes widening in surprise as the blast sent it reeling across the chamber. The headmaster stumbled, clutching his chest as he stared at Idris in disbelief. Lila stood beside him, her eyes shining with determination as she readied herself for another attack. The fight continued, the air filled with the crackle of energy and the scent of ozone as they battled the headmaster and the spirit-infused statue. It was a struggle of wills, a test of strength and skill that pushed them to their limits. But in the end, it was Idris and Layla who emerged victorious, their determination and unity proving to be stronger than any power the headmaster could muster. As they caught their breath, they turned to face the headmaster, who lay crumpled on the floor, his eyes filled with anger and despair. "You've made a grave mistake," he spat, his voice tinged with resentment. "I will not be defeated so easily." Idris narrowed his eyes, feeling the spirit within him stir at the headmaster's words. He knew that their battle was far from over, but for now, they had won a crucial victory. With the ancient text securely in hand and the spirit within him stronger than ever, they had the power to face whatever challenges lay ahead. "We'll see about that," Idris said, his voice cold and hard as he regarded the headmaster with steely resolve. "But make no mistake, we won't rest until we've brought justice to those who seek to harm us." With a final, defiant glance at the spirit-infused statue, they turned and left the chamber, leaving the headmaster to stew in his own defeat. As they descended the spiral staircase, Idris could feel the weight of the ancient text growing heavier in his hands, the power it contained a constant reminder of the responsibility he now bore. But as they stepped out into the courtyard, he knew that he was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead for himself, for Layla, and for the future of the academy and the world beyond its walls. With the spirit within him and their newfound strength, they would stand tall against any foe who dared threaten them. And so, with determination in their hearts and hope burning in their eyes, Idris and Layla continued on their journey, ready to face whatever trials awaited them as they navigated the labyrinthine corridors of the ancient academy, seeking to uncover its secrets and protect the power that lay hidden within. The labyrinthine scholar, as the sun set over the towering walls and grand halls of the ancient academy, Idris stood atop the tallest spire, gazing out onto the vast open courtyard below. Layla, by his side, shared a knowing look as they surveyed their hard-won victory against the headmaster. "We did it, Idris," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the wind. "The headmaster is gone, and we have our power." Idris nodded, his eyes still fixed on the horizon. He could feel the spirit within him, growing stronger each day as he continued to master its power. But with the headmaster's defeat came a new realization: the presence that had been watching them from nearby walls was not gone. In fact, it seemed more determined than ever. "We must be careful," Idris warned. "The academy is far from safe." Layla's eyes narrowed as she scanned the area, searching for any sign of movement. "I agree," she replied, "but we should not let fear control us. We have come too far to back down now." As they descended from the tallest spire, they found themselves in a hidden passageway, one that led them deeper into the labyrinthine corridors of the ancient academy. The walls were lined with countless manuscripts and artifacts, each one holding secrets waiting to be unlocked. In one chamber, they discovered another spirit, one far more powerful than the one they had awakened. "We cannot let this spirit fall into the wrong hands," Idris said, his voice echoing off the walls as he approached the cage containing the spirit. "We must find a way to control it before the headmaster or anyone else does." Together they worked tirelessly, poring over ancient texts and scrolls in an effort to learn more about this new spirit. Their determination was unwavering, even as the pressure from unknown forces grew stronger. As they delved deeper into their studies, they discovered a particular parchment and ancient text that spoke of a mysterious ritual that could help them control the spirit. But with every answer came more questions, and the stakes grew higher. The headmaster was not gone for good. His pursuit of Idris and Layla was relentless. His proposition to join him, ensuring their continued safety within the academy, lingered in their minds as they worked to uncover the secrets hidden within the ancient text. "We cannot trust him," Layla said, her voice filled with disgust. "He will only use us for his own gain." Idris nodded in agreement. "But we cannot let our guard down either." We have come too far to be taken out by the headmaster's manipulations. As they continued their research, they found themselves facing a difficult decision, one that would determine not only their fate, but the future of the ancient academy and the spirits within it. The headmaster was growing more desperate, and his threats grew louder. But Idris and Lila knew that they could not let fear control them. As the sun set on another day in the labyrinthine academy, Idris and Lila stood together, their resolve unbroken. They would face whatever challenges lay ahead, no matter how great or powerful, with determination and courage. For they were more than just students, they were the guardians of the ancient texts, protectors of the spirits, and warriors destined to shape the future of the academy. Idris gazed out at the vast open courtyard below from the top of the tallest spire, feeling the wind whip around him. Lila stood beside him, her eyes never leaving the chamber behind them. The headmaster was coming for them, and they knew it. "We need to hurry," Lila whispered. "The ritual, it's our only chance." Idris nodded, his heart pounding in his chest. They had already fought battles that would have broken most people, but he refused to let the headmaster claim the spirit within him. He stepped through the chamber's archway and into the dimly lit room filled with countless manuscripts and artifacts. The air was thick with dust as they made their way through the cluttered chamber, searching for a particular parchment among the tattered pages and scrolls. Lila found it first, an ancient text bound in leather, adorned with intricate symbols. They had found the key to controlling the spirit. "We have to do this," Idris said, holding the ancient text. "If we don't, the headmaster will take the spirit for himself." Lila nodded, her expression determined. Together, they began the ritual. The air crackled with energy as the spirit within Idris stirred to life. It was a struggle, one that tested both their physical and mental strength, but eventually they succeeded. Idris felt his body changing, his consciousness shifting as the spirit took control. He closed his eyes, feeling the power surge through him. When he opened them again, he knew they had done it. The spirit was now under their command. But their victory was short-lived as a presence watching from nearby walls made itself known. It was the headmaster, and he was angry. "You defied me," he spat. "I will not let this stand." Idris braced himself, ready for battle. He knew they had no choice but to fight. The headmaster's forces were powerful, but so were they, and they would not go down without a fight. Together, Idris and Lila stood against the headmaster, their spirits united in the face of adversity. They fought with everything they had, refusing to back down. It was a fierce battle, one that tested their resolve and strength, but in the end, they emerged victorious. The headmaster lay defeated at their feet, his power broken. Idris looked at him, feeling a strange mix of relief and sadness. He had once trusted the headmaster, believed he was working for the betterment of humanity, but now he knew the truth. "I'm sorry," Lila said softly, as they stood over the defeated man, "but we couldn't let you take control." Idris nodded, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. They had done what needed to be done. The headmaster was gone and the spirit was theirs. "We need to leave," Idris said. "The academy is no longer safe for us." Together, they descended the tallest spire, knowing that their journey would not end here. They had made a powerful enemy, but they were stronger than ever before. With the spirit under their control and their bond growing stronger, Idris and Lila faced an uncertain future with courage and determination.